yan ang
I would say the one evidence for the accident to practically speak of.
It started with the conversation when I was a high school student with a guy older than me, and then I asked him, "What are you taking up?" I was a high school student. So, "What are you taking up?" And he said, "RT." And then, "Where do you study?" "Tuesday." You know, it dawned on me like, RT then Tuesday.
Because I was already there, so I had to finish it.
Wow. First, I did not take it too seriously. To finish na course. Basta ano lang. Just enroll, study, and that's it. Just finish.
My cousin encouraged me to enroll in fine arts, considering that my sister, my sibling, my sister who followed after me is enrolled in fine arts, and the rest is history.
So, it came to my mind that I want to be an architect.
I decided to teach UM for the sake na I have another schedule for something to do after office.
A colleague or a senior artist contacted me and told me to apply and seek linking ko.
Before I graduate, I was offered once you become an architect, this balik sa'yo, then automatically will be hired as a office of teacher.
Nag-asawa na ako, may anak na ako. Hindi ako nag-teach sa UM for passing time lang. Kundi, pamugas na full time na.
When I passed the licensure exam, and you know how it was. So we were in USD. USD hosted a dinner for us who successfully passed that exam. And then I asked my professor, what do you suggest that I do? And he said, teach. And that's it.
Passion. A passion for teaching.
Well, I'm almost 30 years in here. So in this thing, well, I find it interesting a very nice place to work with.
Wala. I'm not really, of course, not have any passion to teach, but yes, nothing. Just be here after my office hours.
It helped me a lot also because it's different when you teach kasi it's different from being a student and a teacher. Mas nag-study ako being a teacher, mas nag-study ako kaysa sa being a student. As a student before, ang effort ko sa pag-study is not the same as teacher. Mas grabe ang effort ko sa pag-study.
It's the university where I can teach at the same time the environment, management, policies allow me to work as well as an architect doing a professional training practice. I don't know if that's possible in other schools.
That was the time when I started with my advocacy na to help me PWDs. It was that was also the time that when I started to work in PWDs.
Milestone. As a primary practitioner, I have done some projects privately, and then more, of course, of the government projects, making instructors, government complex, sports complex, then OWA office, and marami. So, yan.
Seeing my students succeed. Yeah. And that puts a mark on me being an art instructor and as a practitioner. After all, why am I teaching?
Well, as an administrator, and as a teacher, of course, because you cannot separate it. You cannot separate it. The milestone I have is I had accreditation that BS Architecture has been achieving all these years. So I don't know if it's true, but I guess it is, that we are the only architectural school in the Philippines that is level 3 accredited.
We are here already. Started as a first year, and of course this program. Then not so as easy, of course, that we will be transferring from one program to another. Then just religiously take it, of course, the program and finish it.
I advise them to get as many books as you can get. And not only get, but read. Keep on reading. Make it a habit to read, because in reading you can reach many different places. Don't rely on just coasting along in classes, receiving 3.5. Aspire to be an achiever.
My advice, you really just have to be determined to finish architecture and determined to really pass the board exam. Kasi if you are not really serious with it, you will find it very hard. It will be a hard time for you to do something para transfer ka, para kang architect talaga.
Be steadfast. Just go on. Just go on. The spirit of being steadfast will make you endure. That very conviction, no matter how difficult it is, after all, life is not fair. We should be strong enough to go forward. We may cry a little, but we always reminded that life is too difficult. There are many stories of that.
By the time you graduate, you have enriched yourself so much, and I guess this will be very easy for you to pass the licensure exam and eventually become a practitioner, whatever field, whether it's construction, architecture, or being a teacher, or whatever. It will be very easy.
Good morning to all our senior high school participants across Davao region and also Sargent. This is Glenn Louis Banoy, the Information Assistant of the University of Mindanao, and we welcome you all to the Architecture and Fine Arts Immersion webinar. So, can I ask all our participants, okay, kindly type 1 in our chat box if you can hear me well. Klaro ba ko? Kindly utilize our chat box. Kindly type 1 kung madunggan ang akong tingog. Okay, so I can see chats from our students, so they can hear me well. So for your information, our webinar for today is live on our official YouTube channel. So kindly inform your classmates and also your batchmates if they have the difficulty to log in our Zoom. They can visit the University of Mindanao official YouTube channel. So we are live on our YouTube channel. Okay, so I think without further ado, let's have our prayer. So I request everyone to the moment of silence for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem and of the prayer to be led by the University of Mindanao Choral.
kayang magiliw, pero sa silanganan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisingil. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simuya, sa langit ng bagha, may dilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng matawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning, ang bituing at araw niyang kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng wala di pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya ng pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Okay, so once again, welcome to all of our grade 12 participants to the Architecture and Fine Arts Immersion webinar. First and foremost, on behalf of the University of Mindanao, we are very grateful to the advisors and also to the immersion teachers for allowing their students, and also to you students for your efforts and time in participating in our webinar for this morning. Okay, so I think we will start now our webinar. Is everyone ready? So I hope everyone will listen now because we have our Menti quiz later. So it's a game. So we will select the top 5 among all the participants, and you have the chance to win our prizes from the University of Mindanao. So I guess everyone is ready, and let's start our webinar from our first speaker, who will discuss about the pre-employment requirements. Our speaker is the Vice President of the External Relations and International Affairs Office. Please help me welcome Dr. Reynaldo C. Casta.
Good morning to our senior high school students. Welcome to our webinar, immersion program. We understand that in your grade 12 program, you are required to be placed in different industries for your immersion, for actual experience of a specific strand that you have selected in your grade 12 program. However, because of the pandemic, that is not possible. That's why the University of Mindanao take this initiative to provide you at least through webinar means, through digital means, at least to give you an idea of how it looks like to be exposed in a different industry. And I think this is the 8th series that we have. For those of you who were interested to watch the previous immersion webinar that we had for engineering, for education, for criminology, and for business-related programs, you can watch them in our official YouTube channel. I also suggest that please subscribe to our official YouTube channel, University of Mindanao, so that you will be updated and notified for latest video updates that we have. And today, my topic is all about how to prepare a winning cover letter or application letter and resume. Application letter and resume are very important documents that you are going to submit to the company. And in fact, these are the first 2 documents that you need to submit, and it will determine whether you are going to proceed. You will be given the chance to proceed to the next stages, phases of your application process. Because when you apply, you have to pass through several stages, several processes. And the first is you submitting your application letter and resume. And if your application letter and resume are not impressively written, in terms of content, in terms of style, it does not respond to what the employer is asking from the applicant, then you will not be given the chance to proceed to the next application. All right. So, and after that, after the first topic, which I will be showing some videos, after that is how are you going to ace in a job interview? And you will know later that job interview or your performance in the interview is the deciding factor of different companies. All right. So this time, let's watch the video. Hi to all our students in CAID 500 and welcome to our second video. Today we are going to talk about two important things in your CAID 500 and in your application process. Writing a cover letter, or popularly known as application letter and resume. First, why write a cover letter? I'd like to cite three reasons. First is that because you have earned a formal education, a formal baccalaureate degree, you need to show to your potential employer that you can write and that you can communicate well. That's why you have to write an application letter or a cover letter. Second is that you have to highlight your particular skills, your past work history, or other areas that are specific to the job that you are applying. You have to think of it as a quick sales pitch. And third reason is that you have to set yourself apart from the competition. Remember this, in one position, there's a dozen or two of you applying for that position. And therefore, the first level of assessment of your potential employer is your application letter. So, how are you going to write a winning cover letter? These are our tips. First, you have to write there the date. Don't forget the date. And when you are going to write your application letter, you are going to follow the American English style. So you start with the date, for example, September 10, 2020, not 10 September 2020. The next one is that you have to write the name of the addressee. Maybe the HR manager or the president of the organization. If you don't have any idea of the name of the HR manager or to whom you're going to address the letter, then you have to exert extra effort. You can visit the company, you can give them a call, and ask from them to whom you can address your application letter. If you're going to visit the company, then tell the HR office. Normally, you have to proceed to the HR office and ask the people there in the HR that you're interested to submit an application letter, and you're going to inquire from them to whom you're going to address the letter. So get the complete name, the exact position of the person, and of course the name of the company and the address. So that's how you're going to do it. For example, you have Miss Joanne T. Santos, HR manager. Oops, you also have to make sure that Joanne Santos is the HR manager, because she might be the VP for HR, and by writing there HR manager, you have demoted the person. So it's already a demerit in your part. So you have to make sure what's the exact position of the person. So let's go back to that. Miss Joanne T. Santos, HR manager, XYZ Corporation, Ponciano Street, Davao City. That's it. And then you have the opening. You say, Miss Santos, colon. Do not write Dear Miss Santos, because remember that your application letter is a formal style of communication, and writing the word Dear Miss Santos reduces the formality of your communication unless you are very close to that person. So you write there Miss Santos, colon. In your first paragraph, you have to mention how did you get to know about the information of the position, whether you get the information from a friend or somebody who's working in the organization, or maybe you have read that somewhere in the local paper, then you can cite that in your first paragraph, and your interest of applying for the position. So for example, you would say, I've read in the local paper, Mindanao Times, dated September 4, 2020, that your company is in need of accounting staff. I wish to apply for the position. Alright? So you have there the information and your interest. Why is it's important that you cite the information? Because it's also significant to the company whether the promotion that they have had is working for them. And it's giving them an output. It's giving them effective promotion of their job opening. The second paragraph of your application letter, you can write there your experience. Two things, no? One is your work experience related to the position that you are applying? And second, what are the attributes, work attributes that you possess which you think are significant in the performance of the function? And in the third paragraph of your application letter, you can write there, you can open doors for further meet and greet of the HR or of the interviewer, because you cannot tell everything in your resume and in your application letter. So you can say there that I wish to share more of my qualifications at your most convenient time. I can be reached at your contact number or your email address. And then you can close the letter by saying sincerely or respectfully yours. I suggest do not write very truly yours, because Tagalog mo yung very truly yours, ako iyong buong buo, no? It's not very formal. Again, I'd like to remind you that your application letter is a formal style of communication. So after closing, don't forget your name and then your signature. Voila! You have your winning cover letter. Second video, Glenn. Last video, last discussion, we talk about how are you going to write a winning cover letter. And today, partner with your cover letter is the resume. We're going to talk about how are you going to write a winning resume. The resume is your personal brochure to market yourself. It should give your potential employer a quick view of what you can do for them. So for new graduates just like you can list your accomplishments in school. Do not worry about not having any accomplishments or work-related accomplishments. You can pick out those school accomplishments that show responsibility, reliability, cooperative spirit, and the like. That's why you have to make the most of your experience while you are still in the university. You can cite those experiences that you have with extra and co-curricular activities, your membership to various academic or non-academic student organizations. So what are the suggested format or tips in writing your resume? This is how are you going to do it. You start, of course, with the most important thing, followed by with the less important, and so on and so forth. So what you can start is you write your name, your full name, your address. You have to be specific in your address. You have to write there the street, the house number, the purok, and barangay. Why you have to be specific in your address? Because these potential companies of yours, they're going to make a background investigation, and one way of doing that is to visit your barangay or your residence. They're going to talk to your purok leader or to your barangay leaders, no? What are your participations, or are you really residents of that area? Then after you address, another important information that you have to provide there in your resume are your contact number and your email address. These two are important, especially in giving you feedback on the status of your application. And you know, your companies, potential companies, they don't believe that you don't have any email address or contact number, because we are in a generation of technology. So you really have to make sure that you have a functional email address and your contact number is really yours. The next one is you have to write a summary statement. A summary statement is a gist of who you are in terms of your potential to the company, in terms of what you can contribute to the company, in terms of your competence, whether you can perform to the function or not. So, two things. When you're going to write your summary statement, let's go back to the second paragraph of your application letter. I said that when you write your second paragraph in your application letter, there are two things that you are going to highlight there. One is your work-related experience, and the other one is the attributes. No? What are the attributes that you possess that are related to the performance of the function or the requirements of the position? So that's the summary statement. Later on, I'm going to show a sample summary statement. How are you going to write it? The next one is your work or school related experience or OJT experience. Now, if you're a working student, then you can write there, but you have to make it sure that your work experience during the time that you're still in the university are related to the position or to the requirements of the company, or your OJT experience, of course, for sure, are related to the requirements also of the potential company that you're applying to. So you have to cite that in your resume. The other one is that what are the job responsibilities that you have had in your internship or in your OJT experience? And I think it's there in your OJT manual, the manual that your OJT coordinators are giving to you during the time that you have your OJT. So you can copy those and include that in your resume because those are specific assignments that you have had during your OJT. And the other one is your accomplishments or your recognitions or your achievements when you were here in the university. If you have, for example, participation in a community extension, because it speaks about volunteerism, it speaks about you being a team player, no? And your exposure to other staff, that during the time that you're in the university, you're not just a plain student, but you also engage yourself to other or various or related activities that can at least bolster your experience, your qualification, and your competence. The last one is, of course, your education. So you see there's nothing there in your resume. You do not put anything that are not relevant to the position that you're applying to. No? There's nothing there that asks you about height, weight, and religion. That's why when you write your resume, you have to tailor fit the content of your resume based on, number one, on your competence, on your qualifications, on the things that you possess that you can offer to the company. And second, tailor fit the content of your resume based on the requirements of the company. That's why I suggest do not buy the ready-made biodata form that you can buy in the bookstore nor in store, because there are information that you may not be included, no, in your resume, and which are actually relevant to the position that you are applying to. So that's how you're going to write your resume. Remember this, in a gist, when you write your resume, 7 things that you have to remember, or you have to make it sure that these 7 things are there in your resume. Number 1, what can you do for me? When you write your resume, when you prepare your resume, you have to make it sure that this question is being answered in the content and substance of your resume. Second, do you have the skills I'm looking for? Third, where have you worked before? It's also important that you have to cite your work experience, the company that you had, your internship, your OJT, because aside from it was an opportunity for you to apply the learnings that you have learned from the university, for sure your work or internship experience have developed you have improved your soft skills, some of your soft skills. Like for example, work attitude skills, the ability for you to follow deadlines and instructions from the company, like wearing proper uniform, wearing an ID, coming to work on time, following the rules and regulations of the company. Those are very important stuff. Although sometimes we said that those are simple stuff, but those are very relevant stuff. Number 4, is your experience relevant to my needs? Number 5, do you have the right education and credentials? So you see, question number 4 and question number 5 are related to each other, which means that whether you have this experience or education and you're applying to a position that's quite different from the training and the experience that you have, you know, give that to those people who have the relevant experience and training. Question number 6, what kind of person you are. So it's important that you also have to highlight your soft skills, your personal attributes, and last but not the least, where can I contact you? I overly emphasize the relevance of your email address and your contact number because, as I said, that whenever there's a need for you to report immediately or submit additional documents or papers relevant to your application, this is the fastest way of the company telling you about those stuff. So I hope that with that information, you can start writing your resume. Okay, so there you have it, our senior high school students. In a gist, you have learned that writing your application letter and your resume, you have to respond to what the company is looking for from an applicant in terms of experience, in terms of your qualities, in terms of your competencies, and in terms of what you can offer to them. No, and also remember that the purpose of resume is for you to get an interview. You will not be hired based on what you have written in your resume, but you will get a call for you to proceed to the next stage of your application process because of your impressive resume. No? So this time, let's proceed to the next topic. Let me share my screen. Okay. So the intention of resume is for you to get an interview. No, most likely that's the purpose. And why there is an interview? Well, the purpose of the interview is for you to get the job. So two important processes of application is one, your your application letter and your resume, and the other one is the interview. And why is it that the interview is the deciding factor? Well, just like in a beauty competition, no, in a Miss World or in a Miss Universe competition, if you're a fan of that, you will notice that candidates have been through so many competitions, gown, casual, and whatever is that, talent competition, whatever is that. And the final and deciding factor of the judges is the interview. No? So it's just like in a job interview. And why is it that the job interview is the deciding factor? Because the way you project yourself, the way you behave, no, the way you respond to questions, your verbal and your nonverbal communication, no, will give a good indication, a good idea to the hiring officer on how are you going to perform to the job. No, that's why it says here that preparation is half the battle. How are you going to gain that confidence? Because if you are nervous during job interview, if you are not confident, it will give an impression that you are not also confident, no, in the performance of your job, especially if the job is a highly technical one. No, like for example, architecture, engineering. Those careers require high expertise, high level of expertise. No, you need to operate some equipment. You need some stuff, some gadget, in order for you to function well. No, of the job. So the thing there is that if you are applying as an architect or if you are applying as an engineer, if there's a need for you to use several equipment and several stuff, whatever is that, can you do that? No. So and during interview, if you are being asked by those questions and you are not confident in your response, therefore there's going to be an impression that you are not very knowledgeable, you are not competent to perform the job. So that's why it's important that you are spontaneous in your answer, you are confident, no, you exude confidence. And ito very important, the more you know about the purpose of the interview and the organization, the better your response to the questions. Because number one, job interview questions are the same questions over and over again. And therefore, the question there is that why is it that you cannot respond well to those questions? No. Second is that you want to join, no, in that organization, you want to be part of that organization, well, the interviewer would like to gauge, would like to test whether you have prior knowledge about the company, whether you did an initial research, an initial reading, an initial investigation of the products or the services of the company with regards to its vision, mission, and so many other information that you think are very important to the application process. So, like during job interview, you will be asked a question like, why do you want to work in our company? Why you are applying in our organization? No? Okay, so that's why you have to be ready. Pareho lang guna. So kung naamoy na klasa, naamoy na aibgan, no? Mga lalaki, naamoy na aibgan ng mga babae, or mga babae, bago mo mag-say yes, di ba? You need to know first that person. No? You have to know the likes and dislikes and find out whether, you have the same likes and dislikes, and whether there is a matching chemistry between you and that person. All right. So during job interview, what's the hiring manager are looking for? What they want to hear from you when you answer to them, when you answer to their questions. All right. Number one is your ability to perform the job. Yun lang naman ang pinakaunang gusto nilang malaman, no? Kung marunong ka ba mag-perform sa job. Marunong ka ba mag-drawing, marunong ka ba mag-design, and when you know how to design, uh, anong language sa computer ang alam mo, no? Marunong, of course, marunong ka dapat mag-operate ng computer, marunong ka gumamit ng laptop, at alam mo yung mga iba't ibang language na ginagamit for design and arts, no? Okay? The second one is that if you are competent, if you have the skills, if you have the abilities, the next one is your fitness in terms of culture and personality, all right? Ikaw ba yung tao madali makipaghalubilo, madali assimilate with people in an organization, madali ka ba makipag-adjust, all right? Meron ka ba good working attitude, no? Pag sinasabihan ka, binigyan ka ng instruction at saka ng deadline, do you have the ability to follow that, all right? Next question will be about your motivation and your enthusiasm. So, ikaw ba yung tao na merong career goals, merong career ambition, or baka sobrang personal lang ang goal mo sa buhay, all right? Wala ka talaga ambition, no? Wala ka talagang dream na maging successful sa career mo, all right? Okay. Past accomplishments. So, for example, yung mga experience mo sa school, kung meron ka ba mga participation sa mga extracurricular activities, that's already a plus point in your part because it means that you have exposure, you have experience, and you have the ability to work with other people, no? Or ikaw yung tao na team player ka. And again, pabalik-balik ako, knowledge of the company, importante yon. And communication skills. When you say communication skills, it's your ability to express yourself, no? To process an information that is given to you, and how are you going to relate those information to other people, all right? Okay. So generally, there are three things, no? Three major questions that will be asked from you during job interview. You remember that because as I said that you need to develop confidence. You need to have confidence. And why is it that you are not confident during job interview? Because you are not sure of what questions to be asked. Pareho lang naman yan eh. Ano bang intention? Bakit may job interview? Unang-una, question about can you do the job? So it's all about your skills, your talents, your competencies. So simple. Just get a mirror and look at yourself in the mirror and find out what do you have in terms of skills, in terms of talents and competencies, and you have to make it sure that those skills, talents, and competencies are also the requirement for the position. Do not cite any talent that you have or skills that you have which are not requirement or relevant to the position. Second, will you do the job? So yung first question is all about your ability to perform the job. The other one is something about soft skills. Although yung third one is also about soft skills, but this one relates to about your interest, your motivation, your drive, no, your right values to work. Kailangan yan kasi alam mo yun, kung wala kayong inspiration, if you are not inspired and if you are not interested, still you will not be staying in that company for so long. No? If you are not motivated, then you will not be happy staying in that organization or working in that specific job for so long. The third one is that will you fit in the company and its culture? So it's all about your assimilation, your you embracing adaptability and adaptability to the culture, to the practices of the organization, no? Your acceptance to whatever rules and regulations of the organization. Okay? So ito lang tatlo, no? Ito lang tatlo ang question most likely to be asked during job interview. So these are some of the job interview questions that will be asked, no, that you may experience once you apply. No, the first one is tell me something about yourself. Introduce yourself. Can you tell us who you are and the like? So the tip there is that do not be so personal because the personal information are written in your resume. But what you can highlight in this question is that highlight your strengths, your accomplishments, your experience, and abilities related to the position. If you want to emphasize a certain characteristic of you or attribute of you, then make it sure that that attribute is very important in the performance of the function and you cite an example of how you make use of that or how you have experience using that attribute when you were in school or if you have prior experience working experience, then you cite that as an example because I'm telling you senior high school students, mentioning about your characteristics, your attributes, and your personality will not be remembered by the hiring officers, by the interviewer. What they will remember is your experience, an example that you are going to cite to them. Second, what do you know about our company? So, why is it that, I've been telling you about this one, about our company? Because you want to join in that company and, you know, it is expected. The hiring officer. I want to know whether you have done initial research about our company. And by doing that, will give an impression that you are really interested to be part of my company because you take extra effort of like knowing our organization, what would be the specific function of the position. No? Because if you have not done those, I mean, if I am the hiring officer, I will not take, time. I will not waste my time do interviewing with you. Third one, what is your greatest weakness? Um, well, why is it that this question is being asked? Number one, the purpose is that they want to know whether you are that person who has the ability to recognize that you are not perfect, okay? That you are not an arrogant person. Because if you would say that, no, I don't have any weakness, I believe that I will not be successful in my journey, in my endeavor, in my schooling, and in my career, if there's something wrong in my past, that's a silly answer. Do not do that. No, do not use that answer, senior high school students, because that's an arrogant sounding answer. Again, as I said, one intention of the hiring officer asking you this question is that they want to know whether you have the ability to recognize that you are not perfect. Second, that you have the ability to identify what is your weakness. And third is that how do you overcome that weakness? What have you done in order for you that, that weakness will not be weakness forever, will not be staying there in you forever. So for example, ako, ang weakness ko talaga is I'm an impatient person. No? I don't have patience of waiting. Like, I don't like to be stuck in a traffic if I travel from my house going to the office in the morning. And if I'm stuck in a traffic, it will ruin my entire day and I will not be productive anymore. I don't like to work. I don't like to do my paperwork and the like. So that's why, because I'm an impatient person, I don't like to be stuck in a traffic. So I travel early in the morning, no? Driving from my house, going to the office. So the question there is that you have your weakness and how do you overcome that weakness or how you turn that weakness into something positive. Do you have any question? This is very important. Remember, senior high school students, do not let the interview session finish without you asking any question. Okay? Because the interview session is a form of conversation. It's not a one-way communication. That's, it's just like an interview and the like. You also have to raise some questions, because if you do that, it will give an impression that you are really interested of being part of the organization and that you really have an interest of the position. Of course, you ask question about the company and about the position. Those are the questions, worthy questions that you may raise during job interview. What can you contribute most to our organization? Or you might be thinking that there's a contribution, and how much is that? Because contribute, ang ano, mag-amot man, nag-apply gani ko, no? So, no, it's not about, you are going to give an alms or something, no, to the organization, mag-amot ka kay contribute. But the organization is interested that if we are going to hire you, you will receive the salary. Pag architecture ka pa naman, pag architect ka pa naman, no, siguro later on you will know, mataas ang sweldo ng mga architect, all right? Mataas ang sweldo. So ngayon, kung i-hire kita, gagawa ka ng ganitong project, paano mo mapaganda ang project ko? Anong meron ka na wala sa iba, di ba? So you can highlight your personal experiences, your characteristics, no? The traits that you think that are very strong in you, no? That, you think that you are ahead among the rest. All right? Ayan. Okay? There's a survey done by the PMAP. PMAP is an organization of HR managers in the country. And HR managers are responsible in processing, evaluating the application of any applicants, no, to their organization. So they were asked, what are the most common interview mistakes of those who are applying for jobs? One is that topping the list is answering cell phone or texting. Why I'm presenting this to you, senior high school students, because I want you to, mark this, remember this, and don't do this, no, when you are in a job interview. So do not answer cell phone or texting, no, while you are in an interview. Do not, you have to dress appropriately. You have to appear interested, no. Do not be arrogant. That's why question like, do you have weakness? No, something like that. Appearing unprepared, because job interview, you can prepare that one, no. You will be informed that you will be going to a job interview days before the actual interview. So for sure, you can prepare what to wear, what to respond, how to answer the questions, and the like. All right. Chewing gum. Probably you do that. Some of the applicants do this because this is their way of managing their tension, their emotion. No, it's going to be a tenseful and dreaded moment. So the way to overcome that is to chew gum. I mean, that's not. It doesn't look good at all. It looks like you're a kanding, no, nag-usap-usap. So no, it's not. And it will also give an impression that tense ka masyado. You are not relaxed. Not providing specific answers. So that's why ang tip ko lang talaga sa inyo senior high school students, magbigay kayo ng example, magbigay kayo ng situation, ng inyong experience, no? Okay? When you answer questions. Not asking good questions. So before you leave the interview area, you ask questions. Gaya ngayon, bago matapos ang ating session, mag-ask kayo ng question, no? Meron naman sa YouTube, you can type your question sa YouTube. Those who are in the Zoom, you can also type your question here in the Zoom, no? In the chat box. Last na ito, no? One way of, because companies, before they hire applicants, they have to do background investigation. They have to see whether this applicant, in terms of characteristics and qualifications, aside from their characteristics and qualifications, are they really good person? I mean, because sometimes people do change over time, no? So they want to know whether this person is a consistent one, all right? Consistent siya sa sinasabi niya that he is good, he is like this, and he's like that, all right? So they want to dig deeper. They want to know further. They want to investigate further. And one way of doing that is through social media account. And whatever you post in your social media speak a lot about yourself. All right? So these three things will help you avoid these three things. Number one, writing negative posts. Simple lang, no? If you have nothing good to write, if you have nothing good to say, do not post anything. we understand na may problema ka sa PLDT, sa connection ng PLDT, may problema ka sa pagbayad ng Davao Light mo, may problema ka sa driver ng jeep. Bakit mo siya ipopost? You know, wala ka allowance for people na pwede naman hindi perfect, pwede naman magkamali, di ba? Oh, so wala. You know, doing that, posting that will not help anything. Second one is that ungrammatical posts or use of derogatory language. You remember that the words, the language that you use in your social media, no? If you are ranting in the social media, the words that you use there speak a lot about your personality, about your character, about who you are. All right? So if you use bad words, no, nagsalita ka ng mga bad words, galit ka, I mean that's you. All right? Last, make your posts all about you. Please don't do that. No, lahat ng post na lang sa iyo, OOTG mo, pagkain mo, travel mo, lahat na lang all about you. You can also say something about the series that you have watched, no? What can you say about the ending of Vicencio Casano if you have watched that? Then you say something about it, no? Or the book that you have read, you make a review about it, no? Or you know, kasi bakit? Kasi kayo yung Gen Z eh, no? Ang generation ninyo nasa Gen Z kayo and information are right at your fingertips, so it's easy for you to like comment something and say something, okay? In short, make yourself different from the rest if you want to be noticed by the hiring officer. So I think that's all to our senior high school students. Please don't forget to follow us in our official Facebook account, in our YouTube, and in our Instagram, and also in our Twitter. No, good luck to all of you. Be safe always. Thank you very much and good morning.
Thank you, Sir Ray, for the tips no, on how to write a winning cover letter and also the resume. So this time, I guess everyone is ready for our first round of game. Okay, so what you're going to do is to visit menti.com. Okay, so menti.com. Visit menti.com and use the code 70659328. 70659328. Okay, so kindly indicate your school name sa username ng game. Okay. Don't forget to include your school name sa paglagay no sa iyong mga username. So you can use your last name and then your school name. So may isa na tayong participant and we will wait no for our participants on YouTube since may delay tayong 10 seconds from the Zoom. So again, in your username, please include your school name. We have 4. Again, our top 5 will receive prizes and gifts from the University of Mindanao. We have 8 participants now. Maybe we can start after 30 seconds. By the way, for our participants here in Zoom, kindly type down your school and SRAN name. And in our YouTube, we have participants from Cotabato City National High School and also Pantukan National High School and Alabel National High School in Cotabato. So welcome everyone to our live webinar for architecture and fine arts. So I think we have 11 participants already. Let's make it 15 so we can start our first set of game. Okay, we have participants from Crossing Bayabas National High School. Welcome, Alex. Okay, we have reached more than 15 already. So in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's start our first round of Menti game. So is everyone ready? Make sure to answer fast to get more points. Our question number 1, how long is the ideal resume? 1 to 2 pages, 4 to 5, or it depends on the job you're applying. Okay, time's up. The correct answer is 1 to 2 pages. So only 11 get a right answer from this first question. So let's see our leaderboard. Nakalimutan ng iba, no? Yung school name. So our top 1 is Alex, followed by Jimwell of Pantukan National High School, Christine of Compostela, Jobern J. Karen of still from the Compostela National High School. So now let's have our second question. The objective of the resume is for the applicant to get hired. True or false? Make sure to answer fast to get more points. Okay, everyone voted. Time's up. Okay, the correct answer is false. Only 2 of our participants get the right answer. Why false? Because the purpose of the resume is for you to get interviewed, hindi po to get hired. Okay, so it doesn't mean you will submit your resume, ma-hire ka na. Okay, that's why the answer is false. So let's see our leaderboard. Sino kaya tong dalawa? I think from Davao Doctors College and Jobern J. Gonzaga. So we have our new top 1 and top 2. Okay, others, may chance pa, no, for our 3 remaining questions. This is our third question. The best applicant gets the job. True or false? Consistent. True talaga yung sagot ng mga students. Okay, so the best applicant gets the job is false. Why? Because the best interviewed, the deciding factor is the interview. That's why it is false. Okay? So, the leaderboard, I think still no, dahil walang tumama. So, let's
First
proceed.
time, wala talaga nakasagot. Question.
Okay, let's proceed to our fourth question. Which of the following should not be in your resume? Contact number, education, or height and religion? Okay, very good. Only one got the wrong answer. So the correct answer is height and religion. Let's see kung sino yung ating fastest. I think still our fastest is Jobern J, followed by Raga. Okay, now leading to our last question for this round. Will you do the job is a general question on the applicant's skills, motivation, or adaptability. Will you do the job? Time's up. Only 6 get the right answer. So the question here is, will you do the job? So it's a question of willingness. No, it's a question of motivation. Skills is, can you do the job? So kaya ang sagot natin is motivation. Let's see our final leaderboard of this round, and we will reveal our top 5, no? Our top 5 winners. Muntikan na sana si Ragot. So our winner is still Jobern J. Gonzaga, followed by Ragot of Davao Doctors College, Christine of Compostela, and I cannot see the name. But please email me your contact information and your school name so that you will be instructed on how to claim your prizes from the university. So congratulations to our top 5. So I am encouraging all of our participants, both in Zoom and YouTube, to kindly listen to our speakers, because we will have our mentee. I think we have still 2 sets of game for this morning. Okay, so again, we're done with our talk in the pre-employment requirements. Now let's proceed to our second speaker. So our second and third speakers are from the College of Fine Arts, Architecture and Fine Arts Education. So our first speaker will discuss about the careers in the architecture profession. We have our speaker, Architect Lynette Lovitos Angong, Bachelor of Science in Architecture instructor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Sir Glenn. Hi.
Hi po.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Before I will start introducing our college, let me present to you the Dean of College of Architecture and Fine Arts Education, Architect Iluminado Quinto, to give his welcome message. Hi, Dean.
Hi, good morning, everyone, and congratulations to Joe Bern J. Gonzaga for landing at the top portion of the short quiz. But let me welcome you all. I think there are about 170 participants to this webinar, and I think you are in the right place in the right time. So Miss Architect Lynette will be sharing with you a lot of information which you should heartily consider in choosing what program or professional career you would like to decide to take later on. So let me go back to Architect Lynette for her messages. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dean. Your talk is such a leading way, especially for students who are not yet sure to what career to pursue, and yet there is somehow an interest in them that they wanted maybe to pursue, Bachelor of Architecture and Fine Arts Education career path. And by the way, guys, our dean is a top notcher. He is top 1 in licensure exam for architects, year 1987. So, and he also, of course, earned a degree but in Bachelor of Science in Architecture in Santo Tomas 1986, and also got a postgraduate diploma in Land Management and Informal Settlement Regularization 2007 in Erasmus University. And he also got the diploma in Urban Regional Planning 1997 at University of the Philippines. And of course, he is also a master's holder in Urban and Regional Planning 2005, University of the Philippines, Mindanao. And ongoing po ang doctorate, Doctor of Philosophy in Management dito po sa University of Mindanao. So yun po, sa Dean pa lang, hindi na po basta-basta ang UM. Okay. Hi again, everyone. So by the way, I am Architect Lynette Lovitos Angong, one of the faculty dito sa Department of College of Architecture and Fine Arts Education sa UM. Yes. When I was given this task, I remember when I was also at your stage, after finishing high school, or even hindi pa nga ako nagtapos ng high school, marami na nagtatanong, no? If you are going to pursue college, then what career path are you going to take, or ano ba ang gusto mong kurso na kunin? So by that time, I was already starting to visualize myself already and trying to discover the career path that maybe truly satisfies me afterwards. In my experience, lalong-lalo na, if you are not still sure to what career path you wanted to take, yung career assessment during my high school days done a great part and incredibly became a useful tools in discovering my wanted career path. What I did is, of course, I take the test and then listed the top 3 skills na with highest scores, and then also matches my interest. And the 3 skills are being artistic, realistic, and conventional. And among the 3 choices, yung artistic talaga yung nagka-interest akong gusto kong i-develop. And actually, hindi ko na siya masyadong ma-remember. Ang isa sa natatandaan ko that the courses na choices under sa artistic is itong architecture. And ito rin ang medyo nagka-interest ako na i-pursue, no, na career. So by God's grace, I graduated from college here at University of Mindanao and able to become a licensed architect way back here 2015. So anyway, why I am sharing all about this? Kasi since you are about to finish also high school or maybe graduation na, I believe that to all of you who are present here in today's webinar, you also have that dream you wanted to pursue. Tama? And since nga present kayo dito specifically sa immersion ng College of Architecture and Fine Arts, maybe the career path in becoming an architect is one of the choices you wanted to take. And then you wanted also to learn about Bachelor of Science in Architecture program, and what are the skills that can be developed while taking the program, what are the job opportunities after taking the program, and if this is the right career for you, or so yun lahat ang pag-uusapan natin ngayon. So to start with, let me share to you my presentation. Share screen. So, wait lang ha.
Klaro na po, ma'am.
Makita, sir?
Ay, siguro i-optimize lang ata po.
Murag wait lang, sir ha. Okay. Ayan. Naana, sir?
Wala siya, ma'am. Murag black or gray screen ang nigawas.
Wait lang, sir. Yan po.
Wala pa din po.
Please move this window away from the shared application. Okay. Padali lang, sir, ha? Naman eh. Ayan, sir. Nana ba?
Wala pa, ma'am. Maybe stop sharing, ma'am, then share ka ulit po.
Sige po, i-try ko po. Wait lang po. Nana, sir? Yan, sir.
Yes po, makita po siya, ma'am.
Okay.
Pero
Yan
pag
po.
okay na yan, ma'am.
Okay na po. Sige, thank you, sir.
Po.
Okay, to start with, have you ever wondered how skyscrapers and buildings are made? Or did you ever across a beautiful house and then one day you wish na makapagtayo din kayo ng ganyan in the future? Or have you ever fascinated by how the world's famous structure were designed and able to last for centuries? If yes po, architecture will be the answer. So ano bang architecture? Wait lang. Yan. So architecture po, I will just give you a brief definition. Architecture po is the art or practice of designing and constructing buildings. In short, architecture is about buildings. Ayan, kita niyo po ba ito? I had here the famous Eiffel Tower in Paris, St. Basil's Cathedral in Moscow.
Nasa fourth slide kata, ma'am.
Ay,
Video yan?
no sir.
Ang share ni mo is katong PowerPoint na makita ang mga sarili. Dili ang device.
Ay, okay.
Hello, ma'am. Na-mute po kayo, ma'am Lynette. Sorry.
Bakit? Balik-balik po. Yan. Yan, sir. Okay na, sir? Okay po. Balik po tayo. This is St. Basil's Cathedral. And then, yeah, this is the Marina Sands Bay in Singapore. And then, this is Garden by the Bay, again in Singapore, one of the spectacular architectural design. And then I have here one of the iconic building in, Philippines, the Philippine Arena. And then one of the historic building in Manila, Philippines, the main building of University of Santo Tomas. And then we have the skyscraper in Dubai, the Burj of Khalifa. Yan. Actually, sir,
Stop mo muna. Stop. Stop. Resume share.
Sorry.
Stop mo muna yan. Stop.
stop.
Tapos,
Okay, so while waiting to our speaker, I would like to acknowledge our participants. We have participants here from Holy Trinity University in Palawan, and also participants from, I think, from Western Mindanao Foundation College, and also from Duhali National High School. Welcome everyone to our live webinar for architecture and fine arts. I think we still have participants, no, from Cotabato, have Benedict, Compostela, Pantukan, so on and so forth. For our
Sir
students,
Glenn,
yes po, ma'am.
Sir Glenn, can we move first to Ma'am Giselle? Kasi there is really something in my computer. Sorry.
Sure.
Ayaw niya mag
Move yung
share,
slide.
mag slideshow. Yes po.
Okay po. Sige,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Okay, so sorry for the inconvenience. For this moment, let's have our second speaker. No, this is from the program of Fine Arts and Design. Please help me welcome our speaker, Professor Giselle Namalata.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Madunggan ako, sir.
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay. Hi, good morning, everyone. So, I'm Giselle O. Namalata, a faculty member of Bachelor of Fine Arts major in painting. So, I'm here to share to you the Bachelor of Fine Arts and Design course. So, ayan. So, marami nagtatanong what is Bachelor of Fine Arts and Design? Kasi it's really not really popular course, di ba? Kasi mostly architecture, accountancy, yung kanyang mga common courses. So, Fine Arts and Design are really not into, pang mayaman kunuhay daw na course. Si art. So, Fine Arts and Design, maraming nagtatanong, what is it? Painting, drawing, ganyan. So, for me, I'm here to share to you, I'm a graduate of the said course, the same University of Mindanao way back 2016, 2017. And I'm here to share to you what is Bachelor of Fine Arts and my experience as a college student, Bachelor of Fine Arts student, and now as a faculty member of the said course. So here, I'll share my screen to you. What is Bachelor of Fine Arts major in painting? What are the careers and opportunities upon taking this course? So can I share my presentation? Actually, newly hired talaga ako dito sa bachelor sa course na to. I started last semester and now it's my second semester ngayon. So I'm quite nervous kasi it's my first time. So ayan. Presentation. Wait. And makita po ba?
Yes po, ma'am. Kaso po parang mahina po yung audio.
Ay. How about now po?
Medyo okay po siya, ma'am.
Okay. Transfer. How about po ngayon? Okay na po?
Yes, ma'am. Clear po.
Okay. So, Bachelor of Fine Arts and Design. So, ayan. So, I'm Giselle Namalata, and this one is the CHED Memorandum Order. This objective of the CHED Memorandum is also our objective as a Fine Arts course, Fine Arts and Design course here in University of Mindanao. So, without this memorandum in CHED, kasi yan silang to pass the course, or the university or college can offer certain course, so they need to meet the standard of the CHED Memorandum Order. So this is the objective of the course, Article 1, Section 1. So ito makikita nyo sa online, the BIFA, the Bachelor of Fine Arts, CMO number 43, series of 2017. So course description of fine arts. So Bachelor of Fine Arts and Design, basahin ko, the art and design contribution contributes to the development and learning of the individual. The art and design practice focus on the study of culture, conscious of the need to develop personal and national identity, sharpen intelligence and creativity, and develop a worldview that enables social participation and service to the community. In the Philippines of tertiary education, fine arts and design refers to a wide range of disciplines characterized by the pursuit of aesthetic concern, creativity conveyed to different visual-based media. Graduates of the discipline are grounded in the fundamental knowledge, tools, and techniques in translating concept into artworks and production. Graduates contribute significantly growth to and development to the Philippine culture and creative industries. So dito pa lang sa second two paragraphs, Bachelor of Fine Arts and Design are not just for fun art or fine drawing or something, for hobby or something. We really cultivate or preserve as an artist the national culture, kasi especially dito sa Mindanao, Region 11, we're really rich in culture. So as Mindanaoan, we're really proud to present locally and internationally our culture. So there's really a profession in this course. So program in fine arts and design will shift from an input based to an outcome based. What is input based to outcome based? So input based is the process of the learning when you enter in this course. You're really from the first year to fourth year, kasi it's a 4 years course, it's a bachelor degree. So from first year to fourth year, you really pass through the process of the learning. So the outcome based, yun yung kalalabasan ng process mo sa pag-enroll mo dito sa course. So ayan, outcome-based education or the OBE system. So to form graduates with critical and creative thinking, visual literacy, technical and technological competence, and professional ethics who will be able to practice professionally in the expanding local and international market and meet globally accepted quality standards in the art and design. So yeah, we're not just here for you to make fun art, but to compete to other national people or diba sa international, kasi marami tayong rich culture. So you will able to share and interpret it in your own creativity as your own art, to share it to the national or globally. Actually, marami tayong mga alumni artists na graduate sa UM na they're really competitive from national. And later I will show you some sample works and the artists alumni na they're really international level. Yan. So next, higher education institutions shall endeavor to use the most appropriate learning and physical support system based on their prospective mandate, vision, and context of operation. So we're really into our course here in University of Mindanao are really based into quality learnings when you graduate. So bachelor, it's not just a painting or different, but you're sharpened to be a professional and professional artist someday. So ayan, Article 2, basahin ko lang immediately. It's not all private higher education institution intending to offer BA communication must first secure proper authority from the commission in accordance with the PSG, all PHS, proper authority from commission in accordance with this PSG are required to shift to an outcome-based approach based on the PSG, state university and college, and local university and college should likewise strictly adhere to the provision of these policies and standards. So ayan. I think dalawang fine arts, Bachelor of Fine Arts lang ang nag-offer dito sa Region 11. First is the University of Mindanao way back 2011, and also the Philippine Women's. Yan. Dalawa lang ang Bachelor of Fine Arts and Design dito sa Mindanao. So program specification. There are lots of program of Bachelor of Fine Arts. Meron tala. The degree program described herein shall be called Bachelor of Fine Arts and Bachelor in various arts and design with specific specialization cluster as follows. So first is the studio. So sa amin sa University of Mindanao, we offer Bachelor of Fine Arts major in painting. So, but the course from first year to fourth year, we have different various of experience of materials, and hindi lang dyan siya nag-focus sa painting, but when you enroll this course, marami kayong matutunan to be ready to the outside world. You will experience different materials like printing, like photography, digital. Now we offer photography. Meron ng subject sa amin, photography. And it's not just painting the studio, but you will be more visual. Your skills will be sharpened here when you enroll this course here in the university. So hindi lang talaga siya painting basis. So you will learn different various materials and techniques, skills. Ayan. So next is the degree name, the visual communication, the Bachelor of Advertising, Graphic Designing, Bachelor of Fine Arts, ganyan. Bachelor of Fine Arts, Advertising and Graphic Design. So ayan. Pero meron din sa amin meron subject na you will learn also this the basic techniques of these skills. So, pero ito, meron talagang Bachelor of Fine Arts of Advertising, the whole yun yung sabi na specialization. So, magpo-focus lang ganyan sa graphic designing, sa photography, the whole 4 years. Pero sa amin dito, we're really into various materials. Yan. So, next is the industrial design, fashion design, jewelry, furniture, product designing. So sa dito, from I think first year to fourth year, you're into materials. So you are experienced to do the jewelry, fashion, and furniture designing. Ayan. So it's not just for painting. Ayan. Degree name, moving image is meron film, cinema, animator, and multimedia. So meron ding art theory with production component, art historian, art education, art management. Pero sa akin kasi I'm graduate of kaya ngayon naging siguro I'm an art educator kasi I have some glimpse of learning from how to educate or share my knowledge to the students, ganyan. So I think I'm also, kasi iba-iba kasi after you graduate this course, kasi 'di ba you will learn the different types of specialization. So malalaman mo kung saan ka papunta, like if you are into painting or galleries, ganyan. So for me, I'm more into educating students, ganyan. So, but also I'm doing different things, like I'm doing my own art while the same time I'm educating students here in school. So you can, multitasking. So kung baga, kung hindi ka lang mag-stay into one profession, like, oh, I'm a teacher already of fine arts, okay na yan, ayoko na magtrabaho sa iba. But, learning never ends. So, yan. So, you can add up your other skills into different. So, hindi lang talaga siya focused to one, but you can multiply, or you can share your other skills after you graduate. So, yan. Here, program specification, nature of the field of the study. Program is characterized by the process of pursuing aesthetic concern or the philosophical study of beauty and taste, or the beauty of the art, history. Yan, you will know the different, parang yung learning mo magiging magiging deep talaga, not just for fun arts, but your basic understanding how art is relevant to everyone, how art is, you can relate to everyone, so it's really important. Using visual supplementary sensory device, creatively to translate ideas. So material adoptions, ayan, when you study here, the material adoption, yung mga learnings mo, the skills, because as a faculty now, and before as a student, so I know the quality learning na we can share as a faculty now to the students. Na kung anong natutunan ko sa college, I will share it also more pa, kasi 'di ba, it will upgrade and upgrade every time. So ayan. So producing and authoring media and relate technologies to express ideas, communicate messages, and raise opinion to elicit a reaction and action from audience, user, and receiver of information. So ayan, we're not into, kaya major in painting. So we try to develop your skills more, to express your ideas widely, and to be able to compete when you graduate, you're able to compete worldwide, not just national, worldwide. So yeah. Program education objectives. To proceed art and design professional. So anong makukuha mo kung mag-proceed ka sa art and design, or if you become a professional? Number one is whose creative work exhibit core Filipino values. Of course, you're a Filipino. Of course, you will share your Filipino values as an artist. And second is who demonstrate higher level of competence in an artistic product in local and international setting. Yan yung sabi ko kanina, you will learn the skills and then demonstrate to higher competence. So ayan. Who are committed to national building and lifelong learning. So if you become an artist, it's never really an ending, learning. Kasi lifelong learning, kaya sinasabi nila, lifelong learning yung artist, kasi every time, especially now we're in pandemic, mostly it's digital, mostly it's, it's online. So every time from klase, you will really try to learn more para makabagay ka and willing pa rin making-compete sa other artists or other people. Because you're becoming a professional, so you still try to learn more, so when you graduate. And so specific professional career occupation for graduates. So ayan, ito yung pag-graduate mo, pwede kang maging advertising artist, animator, art director, cartographer, cartoonist, costume and fine jewelry designer, creative director, design management, educator such as me, fashion designer, fashion stylist, film directors. Actually, meron kaming artist graduate. Later, mapapakita ko sa inyo who is she. We're graduate the same batch, but because we studied before na multiple skills, so marami kaming capabilities to make it. So, film directors, for meron siyang mga gawang videos, and she's also a national award artist when we were in college days. So, maraming kami mga anong tawag nito? Sumasali kami sa mga different various competition, and she's one of the award winning of our different competition dito sa university, and she really bring pride to the University of Mindanao Bachelor of Fine Arts. So ayan, later papakita ko sa inyo who is she. Furniture designers, game and environment designer, graphic designing. Yan yung mga, di ba, ito yung mga parang talagang parang famous ngayon sa industry ngayon. Mga graphic designing, illustrator, installation artist, layout artist, model maker, package designer, painter, photographer, printmaker, product designer, sculpture, shoe designers, special effects artists, tattoo artists, textile designer, video editor, visual developers, visual merchandisers, and web designers. Yan yung mga opportunities na makukuha ninyo when you graduate the said Bachelor of Fine Arts and Design. So allied field, graduate of the program in the Fine Arts and Design can also become an account executive, art critics, art conservator, and restorers. Yun yung art conservators and restorers. Yan yung mga old paintings na pwede nyong i-restore. Yung mga like Van Gogh paintings, ganyan, or mga old expensive art ngayon na nag-crack, you can restore that, and you will learn that how to restore it in meron niyang dito, matutunan niyo yan sa skills dito, one of the skills that you can learn. So how to restore the art, yan. So art dealers, you can work in the galleries and stuff, na makabenta kayo ng artwork, ganyan. Because you know what is art, what is that, what is inside of that, what is the meaning of that. So you can be the art dealers, and it's really big money on art dealers. So decorative artists, art historian, art manager, curator, copywriters, culture and heritage workers. Culture heritage workers, pwede kayo magtrabaho sa museums and ganyan, and you can, yung mga, especially dito sa Mindanao, we have different various museums na old, that traditional culture na naka-preserve dyan. You can work in there, and because you know the history, and you can work on that. Art manager, gallery manager, event organizer. I'm actually an event organizer too. I'm a manager. I'm actually cultural event organizer sa merong company na tinatrabahuan ko. I'm also working on it, but because of the pandemic, it's closed now. So hindi pa kami nakagawa ng events, ganyan. So exhibition designer, food stylish, and product assistants. Ayan. Yan yung mga program, allied field na pwede nyong pasukan when you graduate. So, ayan. Section, the minimum standards for the program in the Fine Arts and Design are expressed in the following minimum set of learning. So, common to all programs and type school. So, when you graduate, know know the manifest consciousness of Philippine society and culture, serve the interests of the Filipino without procedure of the foreign influence, and equipped with the ability to adapt, translate indigenous and traditional art materials and practice with historical perspective. So you will learn the history, ang ganyan, kung you will deep study the fine arts. So meron kayo dyan sa history nyo, sa art history when you enter this course. So again, this is the sample of, this is the studio of Bachelor of Fine Arts. That's our former alumni student na nag-defend sa thesis niya. He's now in Manila, in-house artist sa isang private gallery, and he's quite famous there in Manila right now. So yan. And this one is the sculpture of cultural design made by Jester Wani, our alumni also. And now that artwork is exhibit in the National Museum here dito sa, National Museum dito sa Mindanao. Ayan. Next is the common to all program, the graduate. B is the graduate dessert and creative apply art and design theories. So, ayan. Ay, nawala. Ayan. So, ayan, when you enter, meron mga deliberation of theories, and you're not just there that you're gonna create portrait lang, drawing, sabi nyo. Ay, diba, sabi ng iba na, fine arts, drawing lang man na, wala na. So, fine arts, really, in our studio, we deliberate our theories that we learn. So, we apply that into our painting, we deliberate that. So, it's not just wala. That's not empty. The painting is not just empty, but there's a deep understanding sa painting na yan. So there we apply the art, the principle and the elements and the theories. Ayan. So they are grounded in the basic tools and techniques in visualizing concept. They are able to formulate new artistic expression, explore and adapt new media in the innovation, realization of art and design project. So ayan, makikita nyo mga painting, basic approach. When you learn the materials, you're gonna learn step by step from classical to classical painting to abstract painting to abstract design, abstract sculpture to to realistic sculpture. Yung kanina nakita niyo yung sculpture ni Jester Wani. It's a realistic image of the different tribes here in Mindanao. So ayan, mali-learn nyo dito yung the basic of everything from classical painting, realistic approach to what do you call that? Visual, ano ba tong tawag dito? Conceptual artwork, ganyan. Conceptual artwork yan yung mga meron ng deep understanding of theories. So, the graduates knows to understand art and design history, contemporary issues as they manifest upon mindness to varied school of thoughts. So ayan, we're not just here for culture. Ayan, baka gusto niyo, baka sabihin niyo na, culture, dapat i-base nyo sa culture ang fine arts diri. But here we have a different various of alumni na they tend to show their own style na nag-reflect sila into human, socialization na hindi lang siya into culture, pero meron silang own concept like contemporary artwork. Ayan. So, nagkuhan sila into socialization ang concept nila. So, ayan. You can learn that in your theories when you enter college. So, the graduate observe best practice and professional ethics in design and knowledgeable in interplay of art with the science and can work and collaborate setting. So, ayan. So, when you graduate, hindi, of course, you can work on yourself there. You're not gonna be like, if you want to be a in-house artist, you need to be collaborative to different artists, to different um, um, other, what do you call this one, collectors. So you need to really collaborate with them. So hindi ka lang in one, walang nabubuhay sa isang island na ikaw lang mag-isa. So kailangan mo to survive is you need to collaborate with different artists and other museums and other people. And so the graduates have the ability to apply necessary skills in the art management because we're into studio basis. So we really need to, it's first year to fourth year, you really develop into studio sa studio. So from the skills, from basic, you will learn that. From beginning to beginning, you will deeply, for us as faculty, we have this, kami dapat ang responsible to you will learn kasi wala kaming hindi fine arts dito sa hindi ito walang entrance exam, diba? Mostly of the university of fine arts sa ibang school merong entrance exam, dapat marunong ka na mag-drawing, marunong ka na may basic approach ka na sa art. Like drawing, painting, ganyan. Pero dito kasi in we're open, so walang entrance exam, ganyan. So you will really learn. Kung hindi ka marunong mag-drawing from first year, from first year, hindi ka proceed ng second year if hindi ka pa marunong mag-drawing. But without that, of course, ituturo namin sa inyo yan from yung basic. So you will really learn how to, maraming nag-enter dito sa course na to na they really don't know how to make a straight line even. So yan, even straight line, the elements, if you know the elements of art, yung mga basic, the shape, ganyan. Maraming hindi marunong yan. Pero because they want to pursue the fine arts, it's their passion to create art. So you really learn that from the basic, from first year to until you graduate and become a professional. So sabi nga nila dito, sabi ng professor ko before, hindi ka makakagraduate ng fine arts if you don't know how to to draw yourself, to self-portrait yourself, Yan. Graduate, respect their culture and national environment. Yung sabi ko kanina, we have a lot of graduates dito and also even now na enroll ngayon sa fine arts that they are really competitive to competitions. They show our culture sa national and they receive a lot of wins. Yan, ito yung mga sample ng mga works ng mga student namin before and graduate now, fine arts alumni, na they are really competitive to national and they show our national heritage, our culture, the Filipino values core. Yan. So lastly is the graduate or motivate towards a lifelong learning. So yung sabi ko kanina is we're not just here to, after we graduate, we're gonna stop learning now. Sabi ko kanina na become an artist, it's a lifelong learning. You will really discover a lot of learning pa in comes to art, history, skills, and develop each. Kasi we're heading to we're in contemporary life, so marami pa talagang values of new skills na makukuha ninyo. So, yeah. University of Mindanao, Bachelor of Fine Arts and Design. Ayan. Actually, ito yung pinaka-famous na exhibit before, My SM, My Art. It's a finale artwork. I'll show you the video. Oh, wait. I'll show you the video, just a glimpse. May time pa po ba? Because it's...
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay. It's really important kasi ito yung the most famous exhibit na nagawa ng higher year before. So it's a collaboration with SM and the Finale Gallery in Manila na create nila sa way back 2016. Ayan. So, I'll show you the video. Makita po ba? Makita po ba?
Wala
Sir?
pa. Wala pa po.
Okay. Nakapit. How to share video? Stop sharing ko muna, sir. Ayan po, makita na po.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Maayong adlaw, ladies and gentlemen. I am attorney Bessie Rizada, and this is my beautiful Davao City.
Madunggan man, sir, no?
Yes po, ma'am.
Over the past few years, the My City, My SM series has showcased the different facets of Davao's and of Mindanao's rich culture, its tourist attractions, its cuisine, and most recently, its artisan crafts. Today, our cultural journey takes us to another exciting route as we celebrate Davao's vibrant visual arts scene as we launch the My City, My SM, My Art at SM City Davao. The colorful artistic heritage of Davao stems from the rich culture of the 11 tribes that call it home. Diata, Matigsalog, Obu Manobu, Bagobo Klata, Bagobo Tagabawa, Maranao, Maguindanao, Tausug, Kagan, Sama, and the Iranun. They take pride in their ethnic art, which encompasses their dance, music, religious ritual, dress, and ornamentation. More recently, ethnic Americans, Koreans, Indians, and Japanese, as well as Indonesians and Malaysians, have been residing in Davao, making it a truly global community and creating many opportunities for cultural exchange. As a university town, schools have been a key in promoting greater appreciation for the arts in the area. In Davao, there are two institutions that offer formal education in fine arts. The University of Mindanao, which has a fine arts major in painting course, and the Philippine Women's College, which is Bachelor of Fine Arts courses in fashion design, interior design, painting, and visual communication. We will discover more about Davao's top visual artists as well as its young, exciting, and dynamic art scene in this special edition of My City, My SM, My Art. What makes this afternoon really special is that we have a Davaoeña, Miss Evita Serenas of the Finale Gallery, working with and sharing her love of her hometown's art with us. A joint project of SM, the Metropolitan Museum of Manila, Shell Philippines, the Philippine Star, with support from the National Commission for Culture and the Arts and Center Stage Productions. My City, My SM, My Art is a celebration of the Philippines' visual arts, painting, sculpture, printmaking, photography, and filmmaking. We're bringing art and people together by showcasing the works of masters, modernists, millennials in a roadshow around the SM supermalls. Advocating art for all, we are working with communities to mount exhibits, workshops, and contests in key cities around the Philippines. In the midst of rebuilding the ruins of World War II, attorney Guillermo E. Torres established the University of Mindanao in 1946. He envisioned it as an institution that would provide the education for socially, morally, economically, knowledgeable, productive, and responsible citizens of the country. He believed that education was for all. Today, under the leadership of Attorney Torres' son, Willie, the University of Mindanao is the largest non-sectarian university in Mindanao, with more than 10 colleges and schools and campuses around southern Mindanao. Like his father, he believes in education for all. In 2010, the university's College of Architecture and Fine Arts Education started offering Bachelor of Fine Arts, major in painting courses, giving rise of a better appreciation for the arts in the region.
One of the key result areas would be about Mindanao culture and arts, specifically the preservation. And after several days of brainstorming, we found out that nothing has been done a lot about Mindanao culture and arts. So the president thought that it would be good if we offer this program. We expect that this program will impact the community and the society by first coming up with a sort of appreciation of the Mindanao culture and arts. And then through this program, we expect that we will be conducting a lot of research and other aspects that will contribute to this preservation and appreciation of Mindanaoan culture.
The program began with 6 students and at present hones the talents of 105 art students. UM's art program endeavors to continually mold young Mindanaoans, particularly Davaoenyo artists, through art education and in the process advance and popularize the Mindanao heritage. We will have a glimpse of the impact of UM's Fine Arts program through its students and faculty members. We will also meet the young and fresh Davaoenyo talents in this special episode of My City, My SM, My Art. Kent Medanilia is a computer engineering turned fine art student who brings analytic ways of creating concepts and theories to his work. He believes in the importance of understanding underlying structures as well as signs and symbols, origin and experience in order to create art.
I developed my interest in the arts when I was still young. I used to draw lots of things, but when I enrolled here in fine arts, it was enhanced. I used oil paint for a better result and for efficient usage of the medium and for the better output of the painting. I would like to explore more on acrylic painting. It's because this medium is actually one of the hardest mediums to use. I would like to explore that medium. It's because it challenges me and I believe it will enhance my painting skills. My inspirations were Salvador Dali and Pablo Picasso for they practice classical painting. And as for me, I would like to do same for me to enhance my skill and to develop my own style.
With her younger years in Bukidnon filled with artistic experiences, Judeline May M. Villarta's younger years were filled with experiences that nurtured her passion for art. From her flat animation images, Judeline has transcended to a more realistic approach in her works.
In my 4 years in fine arts, I have already used a lot of mediums. Ang mas comfortable kong gamitin is yung oil. In terms sa artwork ko naman, mostly mixed media siya, which is gamit yung latex, acrylic, kasi sa doodle din, parang hindi man ma-achieve sa oil. The mediums that I would like to explore is digital art, because it has something to do with animation. And ito din yung gusto kong ma-achieve someday in my life na maging animator. I am inspired by Kirby Rosanes, master doodler, and I also applying some of his works. I would like for my artworks to be known to the world and to share my ideas about life here in Mindanao. I am Judeline May Villarta.
I am Kent Medanilia
For my city, my SM, my art.
Santo Tomas-born Jester Owani is another University of Mindanao student who usually works with acrylic. oil, assemblage, and found objects.
I developed my interest in art since I was a child. Drawing lang mga superheroes, makita sa anime, then interpret sa ko ang sariling kagalingan. Since I enter this program in University of Mindanao, yung na-develop ko ang di lang ka drawing, pati na sa pagpinta sa makita sa palibot. Ang gusto na ko ma-achieve ka ng makakunahuna sila sa akong ginahimo. Mahimo silang critical, di lang kay puro mimicry or kanang kopya, pinta na. Gusto na ko ipakita sila kung unsay lahi nga value karon sa art, especially diri sa Mindanao. Ginalook up na ko especially ang kanang mga paintings nga naga-depict og kanang narrative bahin sa ethnic people diri sa Mindanao. Especially itong mga trabaho ni Roberto Filio, ginapakita niya sa siyang painting unsa ang concept sa mga ancient Filipino nga iyang gina-interpret sa iyang mga visual artwork.
Graduating student Pauline Coral Jr. looks up to national artists Fernando Amorsolo and Botong Francisco, and likewise has an appreciation of different cultures.
Natuto ako magpinta dito na sa studio, sa college. Kasi dito tinuturo yung mga techniques, paano mag-mix ng pintura, saka yung tamang pag-apply ng mga techniques at saka pintura. Gumagamit po ako ng oil paint kasi yung oil maganda gamitin pag matagalang oras bilang pinipinta mo. 3 days or 1 month, kaya siyang i-change ng oil hanggang sa makuha mo talaga yung gusto mong i-paint. I want to explore the acrylic because mahirap siyang gamitin kasi madali siyang mag-dry tsaka water-based. 5 years from now, I'm happy to see myself as a successful visual artist. I want to share my knowledge to the children, especially the children that are very interested in art. I am Pauline Coral Jr.
I am Jester Oane for my city,
my SM, my art.
Charles Ligan Jr., who graduated last April 2016, was born and raised in the nearby Island Garden city of Samar. It is not surprising that his thesis was about the history of the Sama, the indigenous people of his hometown.
Naka-learn ko og paint diri agad sa University of Mindanao. Since nag-enroll ko diri, wala jud koy alam unsaon pag drawing and stuffs about art. Pero gusto kayo ko mo buhat og arts, and while nag-study ko, nakaton ko og buhat og mga paintings. Ang akong ginagamit kay oil, kay mas dalian ko paghimog painting through oil. Ang other medium or gusto na ako nga i-experiment kay watercolor. Kay sa ako makita nga amazing kayo ang mga artwork nga dibuhat sa watercolor. Gusto lang ko nga pag tanaw lang sa akong artwork, ma-happy lang sila, so they will be able to smile when they look at it. Ang mga artists nga akong gi-look up to is sila Hayao Miyazaki, a Japanese artist na siya. Na siya yung mga ginabuhat ng art, film, ginatawag niya siya Studio Ghibli. So pagtanaw na ako sa iyang mga artwork, simple lang siya pero makahatag ni mo ka happy 5 years from now siguro kung makita sa akong sarili nga nagatudlo ko sa usa ka eskwelahan o naga-inspired ko mga students na to pursue their dream.
Painter and sculptor Sun Lang is a proud Mandaya from Tarragona, Davao Oriental. At the age of 4, he started to mold clay and draw. Sun prefers latex paint and oil for painting, while he works with plaster and concrete for his sculpture.
When I was 5, I started making art. So even I don't know what is art. All I know is I like what I do. I drew somewhere in sa lupa, also even in leaves of trees, the bark of trees. When I entered elementary, so I joined some competitions, poster making. When I was in high school, there are many mural painting that I made. All my teachers and principals commissioned me. I use oil paint as a medium. It was convenient for me. So aside from that, I use acrylic paint for the underpaint. But I also interested from other medium like watercolor, graphite. The greatest achievement I want as a visual art practitioner, so I want to make a work of art that is relevant to the society, to make people aware, especially the unknown history, and that message also depict my artwork. First, my greatest inspiration is myself, my personal status, my family status, and other successful artists. Some artists influence me. Some of my idols are foreign artists like Hedy Telfer, Alexander Manoukian, Richard T. Scott, Ruben Ely. They are realist artists, and some of them are surrealist. There are also one Filipino named Orly Epon. I really love his work. I work every day because I don't know what happened to me after, but I want to make a huge painting, huge statue, and monuments which talk about my culture as Mandaya. I am Sun Unlang.
I am Charles Ligan Jr. for my
For my city, my SM, my art.
University of Mindanao Multimedia Arts Program Head Geoffrey P. Casan earned his degree in Fine Arts in 2015. After graduation, Casan decided to take the printmaking path as his primary medium. Introduced to the medium by Ray Boliosos, Geoffrey furthered his knowledge in printmaking under Ambi Albano in the NCCA's Visual Arts Festival. Early this year, he also learned more techniques from printmaker Pandy Aviado.
Nagsimula ako siguro sa influence ng aking ama. Simula ko yung bata, nakikita ko siyang gumuguhit, tapos tinitry ko lang gayahin. Eventually, na-introduce na sa akin yung fine arts na course, kaya pag college, yun ang kinuha ko na kurso dito sa Davao City. Sa pag-enter ko sa fine arts school, sa dito na-introduce sa akin yung charcoal, acrylic, oil pastel, lahat-lahat ng medium ng fine arts or sa arts mismo na visual arts. Pero na-interest ako sa oil kasi yun yung traditional medium talaga. Saka after nung matuto ako na mag-paint gamit ang oil paint, tinry ko yung printmaking na introduce sa akin ng professor ko dito sa university. Simula noon, in-enhance ko pa masyado yung printmaking. Kaya ngayon, most of works ko po is all about printmaking. Di tulad ng painting na pag nabenta or may ko-collect, isang tao lang. Para sa akin po kasi, ang art kasi is para sa lahat. Kaya ang printmaking po kasi, ito yung mass-produce kung saan marami ang may-ari. Saka napansin ko rin na yung printmaking kasi challenging siya. Hindi lang sa drawing, hindi lang sa painting, pero mas na-excite ako saka parang nabuboost yung creativity ko. In my artwork, simple lang kasi yung pangarap ko eh. Yung mapakilala yung tribo ko bilang isang Irano, mapakilala na may mga Muslim or Moro na into arts. Pamagitan ng printmaking ko, masasabi ko yung kultura, masishare kong kultura, kung ano ang Irano, kung ano ang Muslim. I am Geoffrey Omar Casan for my city, my SM, my art.
Fine Arts Program instructor Alina Bacalso Maclang earned her bachelor's degree from the Philippine Women's University. Alina was raised practicing Kaagan tribal culture mixed with Islam law. Her awareness of her Muslim identity was developed in her college years, marked by her decision to groom herself with a hijab.
Actually, when I was in my elementary days, I was in performing arts, then sumasayaw, ganun. And then, turning to high school, there's this curriculum, special program in the arts. So, in order to escape from my terror teacher, so I was forced to enroll. So, sabi ko, pag high school, siguro yung costumes ng performing arts is hindi ko, medyo conservative kasi. So, why not try other path? So, I enrolled in the visual arts side. So, hindi ko alam na may hidden talent pala ako sa drawing. So, that was then, na-explore ko yung sa visual arts na side. I started using wood in my artworks when I was mixing my paints on a plywood. And then I found out that the effects of the medium on plywood is interesting. And so why not try it on my body of works? So dumaan ng mga times siguro na nag-evolve din siya. It's not really on plywood anymore, but sometimes salvage wood planks, from old houses, which makes the artwork very interesting and strong because of the history of somehow the family who live there. Basically, the primary intention, I would like to be able to continue share my talent. Most importantly is to share the concerns that I am taking and to make known of some of the Islamic women artists. I am Alaina Makla for my city, my SM, my art.
We are here at Museo Davao, Davao's People's Museum. In 2005, Mrs. Soledad Nanay Suling Duterte initiated the creation of a Museo Davao project team headed by then Mayor, now President Rodrigo R. Duterte. The team is composed of working committees composed of selected city officials and experts in the field of architecture, history, culture, and the arts from the private sector. The museum was completed in 2007 and was formally opened on March 14, 2008 during the 71st Araw ng Davao celebration. The museum maintains galleries dedicated to artifacts about the city's history. It is also a venue for local artists to showcase their works. National artist Ang Kyukok was born in Davao City to Chinese immigrants from Xiamen in 1931. He was the only son among a brood of 5 daughters in a family who ran a trading business. His father wanted to name him Hua Xing, meaning Chinese born, but decided to look for another name when he learned that his cousin's son had been given the same name. Anxious about China's fate against the invading Manchurians at that time, his father named him Kyuko, meaning save the country. And with his art, he has done so much more. At a young age, a commercial artist taught Kyuko charcoal portraiture. He fancied drawing images of people using styles found in magazines and comics. Later, he learned the Chinese arts with brush and ink. At the Davao Chinese High School, he caught the eye of a known Chinese painter, Tan Kok-kyong. With passion fueled, he continued drawing and was later then known at school for his art. In 1952, he enrolled at the University of Santo Tomas and studied fine arts, where he was mentored by national artist Vicente Manansala, who became his lifelong friend. Among his professors were Victorio Edades, another national artist from Davao City, Diosdado Lorenzo, Jose Garcia Llamas, Carlos Botong Francisco, Galo Ocampo, Virginia T., and Italian sculptor Francesco Monti. With much prodding from his mentor friend Manansala, he held his first one-man show at Contemporary Arts Gallery, composed of 29 watercolor paintings and 2 oil paintings. In 1955, his work Kalesa won 3rd prize in the modern art category of the 5th Shell National Students Art Competition. 1958 marked the birth of his signature Cubism style, and following year, he received a special award for his painting Blind Musicians at the Art Association of the Philippines' 12th Annual Exhibition. By the 1960s, Kyukok was garnering international recognition and receiving awards in Saigon and Taiwan. Also, the Museum of Modern Art in Hawaii acquired some of his works. He is best known for his fusion of cubism, surrealism, and expressionism, influenced by the Mexican artist Rufino Tamayo, Picasso, and the Cuban artist Wilfredo Lam, but in a style distinctly his. In 1965, he went to Los Angeles together with Manansala. He then explored New York and Paris on his own and was troubled by how American life was taken over by machines. The paintings he later exhibited at Luz Gallery depicted robots and androids. He had numerous exhibits, which included one alongside his great friends Cesar Legaspi and Romulo Olazo at the finale. This was a yearly occurrence until Cesar Legaspi's death in 1994. His work was even auctioned at the great auction houses such as Christie's and Sotheby's, garnering even respect and admiration of those from outside of the Philippines. Year after year, his work caught people's attention and earned many of his peers respect. In 2001, President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo promoted to become and awarded QCOC as a national artist. Ang Kyukok is an artist remembered with admiration and respect. For those who knew him well, he is reminisced with endearment and affection. A man who was quiet in nature, but bold in artistic expression. Today's episode has given us the opportunity to learn more and celebrate the works of Davao's and Mindanao's vibrant visual artists. We would like to thank the University of Mindanao, students Kent Medinilla, Judeline Villarta, Jester Awani Boylin Coral Jr., graduate Charles Ligan Jr., and instructors Omar Kasan and Alina Makla for being part of this very special episode. Our thanks also to Ms. Vita Serenas and Finale Art Gallery for sharing with us resource materials about our featured national artist, Ang Kyukok, and helping us discover the young artists of Davao. In behalf of SM, the Metropolitan Museum of Manila, the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, Shell Philippines, Center Stage Productions, and the Philippine Star, we thank you for joining us in My City, My SM, My Art. Join us again next month.
Ayan. So, I hope that video is enough to to share, diba? To share what's Bachelor of Fine Arts and Design in University of Mindanao. So, a quick lang, dalawa na lang, sabi ko kanina, I will introduce you to Bianca Balasabas, our alumni graduate. Ngayon, recently nag-talk siya regarding to his medium. She's her medium na comparison to classical to digital. So, ayan, Bianca Balasabas is my batchmate in college, and we graduated the same year and the same course, but she's now individual artist na nag-work in social media digital making. So ayan. So I have a quick video lang sa kanya of her works na pwede niyong matutunan sa ngayon. So ngayon na year or yeah. So it's her. This is her work. She has a painting, and also she has this digital approach in Photoshop or called application sa Apple. Na she collabed the classical painting to the digital art. So ayan. So isa yan sa matutunan, one of the techniques na skills na pwede nyong makuha when you upon taking this course. Ayan. So last is this one. So life and experience as a fine art. So as we end up, ipakita ko lang how we collab in this one is this video is in our college days. So anong life experience namin? How is it fun to be a fine arts and design upon taking this one. Yeah. So, share ko sa inyo video. This is our studio.
I don't mind letting you down easy, but just give it time. If it don't hurt now, but just wait a while. Another big fish in the pond, no more. You were what they're feeding on. So what are you gonna do when the world don't open up on you? So what are you gonna do when the world don't open up on you? Ain't it fun living in that real world? Ain't it good being all alone? Where you from? You might be the one who's running things. Well, you can ring anybody's back to get what you want. See, it's easy to ignore trouble when you're living in a bubble. So what are you gonna do when the world don't open up on you? So what are you gonna do when nobody wants to fool with you? Ain't it fun living in that real world? Ain't it good being all alone? Ain't it good to be on your own? Ain't it fun to kick out on no one? Ain't it good to be on your own? Ain't it fun to kick out on no one? Ain't it fun living in the real world? Don't go crying to your mama, 'cause you're on your own in the real world. Don't go crying to your mama, 'cause you're on your own in the real world. Ain't it fun? Baby, now you're one of us. Ain't it fun? Ain't it fun? Ain't it fun? Ain't it fun? Living in that real world. Ain't it good? Ain't it good? Yeah.
Ayan. So that's how fun is fine arts when you take this course. So it's messy, but you will really enjoy when you take this course. So ayan, I hope everybody understand what is Bachelor of Fine Arts and Design under Architecture and Fine Arts course. Ayan, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Giselle,
And
for
then,
sharing to the students now the work outputs of the fine arts and design students. This time, I think we will go back to our speaker for the architecture.
Yes, sir. Hi.
Hello, ma'am.
Sorry for the technical errors kanina. Anyway, so it's my turn again. Yan, i-share ko na naman yung presentation ko. Hopefully, makita nyo na. How about this time?
Yes po, ma'am.
Hi, thanks God. Okay, so no more introduction. Let's move directly to about BS architecture and the career path in becoming an architect. So again, ano ba ang architecture? Yeah, I will just give you a brief definition po ng architecture. It's architecture is the art of or practice of designing and constructing buildings. In short, architecture is about buildings po. Ayan. I have here some examples of famous buildings such as ito, the Eiffel Tower in Paris. And then another one is St. Basil's Cathedral in Moscow, Russia. Next is the Marina Bay Sands in Singapore. And then we have also here the most spectacular architectural design, the Gardens by the Bay in Singapore again. And then one of the iconic structure dito sa Philippines is Philippine Arena. And then we have one of the historic building in Manila, Philippines, the main building of University of Santo Tomas. And the last one is itong skyscraper in Dubai, Burj of Khalifa. Actually, marami pang mga magaganda and famous building all around the world, not only the one that I had presented. Bakit ko ito pinakita sa inyo? Because buildings are fundamental part of human experience. Nakaparte na po yan siya sa atin. We live, worship, seek care, and spend our leisure time inside the structure. Tapos, every time na we get inside the building, we usually evaluate them according to how effectively they serve their specific purposes. Nagandahan ba tayo, komportable, and we feel safe inside the building. And did you know that in every case, itong mga fabulous, fantastic, amazing building or behind all those spectacular architectural designs is the work of essential craftspeople? Yes, and these people are called architects. Yan po. So, what is an architect? So, si architect po, sila yung skilled professional who plans and design building, and they also generally play a key role in the construction. Si architect dapat highly trained in art of science of building designs and must be professionally licensed since they bear the responsibility for the safety of their building occupants. Nakasalalay sa kanila ang safety ng occupants or user ng buildings. So, ganun po ang trabaho ni architect. Ayan, since nga na-mention ko kanina sa introduction na andito kayo ngayon kasi you have an interest in you na maybe ang gusto nyong tahakin na career is to become an architect in the future. The next question is, paano ba maging arkitekto? Or paano ba maging isang architect? Ayan. Let me show to you the ladder or the career path in becoming an architect. Yan po, yan siya. See that red word below at the bottom part? Parang andyan po kayo ngayon na stage, freshman. Let's say you had now the concrete goal of becoming an architect. So what you need to do are the followings. Itong mga stages na to. So one, you must earn a degree through a 5-year Bachelor of Science in Architecture. This is a program offered by different schools po. And of course, UM is one of the school that offers this program. Secondly, you need to complete 2 years experience or diversified experience. Later, I will discuss what this 2 years a diversified experience is all about. And then the third one, after completing po the program and the apprenticeship or the internship, take and pass the LEA or the licensure exam for architects for you to become a registered architect. Dito po sa stage 3, if you pass the exam, licensed architect ka na po. And then, after na, you pass the board exam, after you became a licensed architect, then you can practice your profession and have some professional growth and development. Okay, guys, deciding to be an architect is also a wise career choice. It is exciting, it pays well, and you will get make a significant and lasting contribution to how societies are shaped. 'Di ba? Nakaka-proud po that one day maging isa kang magiting na arkitekto sa inyong lugar. That contributes a lot of development. But not everybody has what it takes to fulfill this complex, technical, and multifaceted role kasi maraming abilities ang kailangan para magampanan ang pagiging arkitekto. Sa totoo lang po, it takes a unique mix of skills to be suitable for a career in architecture. Therefore, if you have this concrete goal to be an architect in the future, you need to be highly trained and become professionally licensed. But guys, you do not have to worry because here at UM, especially the College of Architecture and Fine Arts Education is very much open po to help you to take your first step in your career.
Ma'am Eve.
Yes, sir.
Wala.
Hello? Ready po kami to welcome you para sa unang hakbang ninyo to pursue your career. In fact, the University of Mindanao offers Bachelor of Science in Architecture program since 1970 pa po. To give you more details about our college, let me play to you a brief history or a timeline lang po ng CAFA, College of Architecture and Fine Arts Education dito po sa UM. Okay, let me play this video.
Wala siyang audio po, ma'am.
Wait lang po, sir. Saglit lang, sir, ha. Yan po. May audio na, sir?
Wala po ata.
Wala. So, ito na yun, sir. Speakers are real talk. Mapawala siya, sir. Ayan. Ayan. So, yan po ang history ng CAFA. Watching the timeline video po, masasabi mong established na po talaga ang aming college. Therefore, if you want to be part of the history, then take your first step dito sa UM po. Okay? So next po is what to expect in UMBS architecture. Okay, under this program, the students will be trained about different aspects of architecture, such as drawing and designs, principles of construction, visual perception, and a lot more. Para magkaroon kayo ng idea ano ba ang mangyayari within 5 years taking up this degree dito sa UM, okay, I would like also to present to you some technical courses. When we say courses, ito yung mga subjects under this program or the architecture program. And together with the courses, I also included some sample outputs from students. Hindi ko na sinali yung mga minor subject. Okay, so what to expect during first year news sa architecture dito sa UM. So ito yung mga courses no na you will take on your first year. So you will have graphics 1, visual tech 1, theory of architecture, history of architecture, building technology, and design 1. And then ito yung mga sample outputs. Yan, for the graphics 1, yan po. So graphics 1 is about use of instrument, geometric construction, and then drafting techniques. So marunong na po sila mag-isometric. Yan po. Yeah, next is the Visual Tech 1. Sa Visual Tech 1 naman po is drawing yan siya, freehand drawing, still life, structural, architectural forms, and entourage using different media in black and white. So ito po is professional school ng UM using pencil in black and white. And then this one is isang building dito sa Davao, Arcadia building, using pen and ink. Again, it's in black and white. And then for still life and architectural forms, pen and ink. And then Davao City Hall using medium na pencil, still in black and white. Next course naman po is itong Architectural Visual Communication Graphics 2. So Graphics 2 po is more on perspective projections. Ito po yung mga samples. Yan po. Yan. So they are now able to draw perspectives. Yes. And then next is Visual Tech 2. So sa Visual Tech 2 naman, it's a study of color psychology. So ayan, they will also learn to use color as presentation tool. And then mayroon din mga rendering techniques and mixing applications. So this is analogous color in bedroom, and then color wheel, complementary colors in a kitchen, and then another complementary colors po in a kitchen. And we have monochromatic color, isang perspective ng house perspective. And the next course is itong design 1. So sa design 1 po, basic creative exercises with emphasis of space, form, and mass. But by this time, marunong na po sila gumawa ng architectural drawings from site development plan to floor plan, and then roof plan, elevations, front, right, and then left elevations, rear elevation, and then sections. And okay, next is itong courses under second year. So sa second year po, Sorry, we are still on the first year na course Design 3. So sa Design 3, it's about programming, orientation. Sorry, this is pala Design 2. Design 2 techniques, tools involving modular anthropometrics, functional relationships. So ang kanilang proposal dito is a restaurant. So ito yung concept ng student using bamboo theme restaurant. And then ito yung site development plan. And then floor plan. Elevations. Section and roof plan. And then perspective. So na-observe nyo po within first year, marunong na po maggawa ng perspective ang students namin. And the next course po is itong Design 3. Sa Design 3 naman po, it's about designs, value of programming, orientation, and interrelationship of spaces, no, interior spaces. So ito siya is a blow up ng jewelry shop na sa isang mall. And then they were able to group the spaces according to its use, according to its relationship, through presenting po in bubble diagram. And then, of course, in matrix method din po. So, yan. For Design 3. And then when you are matapos nyo pong tapusin ang first year, then ito naman din yung mga courses natin on the second year. Ayan po. We now have Design 4, Architectural Interiors, Building Utilities, History of Architecture, Visual Tech, Tropical Design, Static of Rigid Bodies. Static of Rigid Bodies is math po ito. So may math po ang architecture. Then we have Design 5, Building Utilities, Building Tech, Strength of Materials, and History of Architecture. And together with this are some examples of outputs from students na under sa mga courses din. Isa na dito yung Visual Tech 3. So sa Visual Tech 3 po is about mixed media presentation. So yan po siya. So ang example na plate is isang object, tapos may tatlong medium na ginamit. So observe nyo po from black and white na pen and ink in stippling method, technique, and then sa gitna is a colored pencil, and then ito namang on the right part is colored marker. Kasi po ang Visual Tech 3 is multimedia composition na po siya. And then may digital presentation din po, and ito photography. And then may miniature po tayo. And then this is an example of burnishing technique ng colored pencil. So napaka-realistic po tingnan, pero gawa po yan ng students namin. And then another sample of 3 techniques in one object. Some more examples po for miniatures. Ito po siya. Ayan, it's a residential house. And then it's a vernacular house. And again, a residential house. Yan po ang Visual Tech 3. And then let's move forward for the Design 4. Sa Design 4 naman, it's about exercise innovative approach on vernacular architecture, including energy conservation and space management. So dito naman po, ang kanilang proposal is about school ng secondary and elementary. So this is the floor plan. Ayan, another floor plan for elementary building. And then floor plan for secondary building. And then here is an example of interior perspective ng elementary classroom. And then site development plan. And then another perspective po ng secondary classroom. And then example po ng aerial perspective. Let's move forward po sa another example po ng Design 4. This is a proposed COVID-19 Diagnostic and Isolation Center. Very relevant po sa situation natin ngayon. So ito po yung proposal ng isang student. Ito po yung muka ng kanyang building. So ito yung concept niya. And then the floor plan. And then interior perspective ng clinic or / lobby. And then interior perspective ng isolation bedroom. And then the exterior perspective. And then, yan, may picture pa, no, ng progressive work. And then let's move to next course, Design 5. Design 5 po, 2 years ago po, we experienced a lot of earthquakes. So what we do, we let our students to research and make a design proposal of an innovative house design that resilient to earthquake. At ito yung sample output nila. So ito yung site development plan. And then the floor plan. It is a residential house accommodating 3 to 5 members of a family. So kumpleto po yun siya. And then this is the elevation. And then details po na how they were able to construct to connect no yung mga materials na ginamit nila for their proposal, mga connection details. And then the section. Then another connection details. Ayan. This one po is their concept. Actually po, they titled their proposal, the Bahay Kubo. So, they use this kubo as parang combination na din po na kanilang ginamit na materials for the resilient house design. The ko means the container van and the bu is used as from the word bamboo. So, they combine the two materials para makakame up sila ng ganitong design. Yan po. Next course is architectural interiors. So sa architectural interiors, this is about basic design of interior spaces toward initial understanding of theories and principles in architectural interiors in relation po sa anthropometrics, proxemics, and ergonomics. So here is the example. So dito po sa architectural interiors, tinuturo po namin kung paano sila mag-assign. They will choose their mga finishes, lighting fixtures para ma-develop po ang isang interior considering the anthropometrics, proxemics, and ergonomics na mga relations to interior designs. Ayan. So, yan po ang example ng student. Ito yung mga ginamit niya ng mga lighting fixtures and ceiling finishes. For furnitures and floor finishes. And then here is an example of bar area ng interior perspective na using this pictures no na naka-indicate or illustrations dito sa right side. And then common dining area interior perspective. Yan po. And then next course is building utilities. Itong building utilities, this is about principles and practices in plumbing and sanitary system, design, installation, operation, and maintenance in buildings, and also in relation to the immediate surroundings or environment. May actual demo po sila dito na naka-time lapse, so i-play ko lang po. Ayan. And then, what we do on during utilities 1 po, we really allow the students to do actual demo for them to be able to execute kung ano talaga yung actual po ng plumbing system installation. Sorry. Next naman po is the course Building Technology 2. So sa Building Technology 2 po, it's a construction methods and techniques on the production po ng working drawings. So we require them one story, then they will produce construction drawings from yan po, from floor plan, site site development plan or site location plan, and then electrical works, and then structural works, plumbing works, another structural works, no, it's trusses, about trusses, and then sanitary or plumbing works, considering the sanitary and the water line layout. Yan po yung Building Technology 2. Okay, so tapos na tayo sa second year. Let's move forward on third year courses. So sa third year courses, ito po yung mga courses, Design 6, Theory of Structures, Computer CAD, Building Utilities, History of Architecture, Professional Practice, Design 7, another CAD 2, Steel and Timber, Building Technology, Planning, and Research Method for Architecture. So here are the samples. So for Design 6, ayan. So sa Design 6 po, it is about design exercise, about environmental analysis, static circulation, site development planning, and landscaping. At ang kanilang proposal is a beach resort in Sarangani. So ito po yung output nila. So na-observe nyo po, naka-digital na po itong presentation nila. Yan po. Because under this third year courses, we also introduce already the CAD. Okay, later I will also discuss what about CAD course. Ayan. So sa CAD po, yan, sa CAD 1 is basic introduction po ng computer and software programs. Useful in architectural practice such as 2D and 3D drafting. For dito po is 2D muna. So we use AutoCAD for the 2D presentation. So ito po yung mga samples. Ayan. Yan po. Next is Design 7. Sa Design 7 naman po, this is about design exercises giving emphasis to process and development of building structure, utility, structural concept, and ecological planning. And then it's about urban revitalization. So this is a proposal from one of our students. They are going to propose a friendly street through community park sa Barangay Hizon Senior, Lanang, Davao City. So ito po ang kanilang concept. And then this is how the street park looks like, no, sa kanilang proposal. Napakaganda po. If this will be implemented, imagine you will see like this in Lanang. Ayan. So I think mas prefer na ako magbaktas kung nga ni kagwapo ang street park. Ayan. So next is computer-aided design or CAD 2. Again, as what I have said kanina, na-observe nyo na most of the presentation na po ng students on the third year is naka-digital na po because we also introduced itong CAD 2 wherein sa CAD 2 po, advanced computer-aided architectural rendering, modeling, and animation. So that's why po ganito na ang kanilang mga output. So this is an example of rendering na residential house. At saka ang raw nito, another example. And then ang raw nito is yung hindi pa na-rendered using the creating model using the SketchUp po is yan. This is an example. And then ito yung rendered na. And then another row. So nakita nyo po ito kanina sa revitalization, urban revitalization. So ito yung raw na model. And then kanina, yun ang naka-rendered na. So magaling na po sila dito magawa ng model. And this is really a good means of presenting your architectural outputs. And then on your fourth year, okay, fourth year na po, yeah, these are the courses. We have building technology, professional practice 2, business management, specialization, planning 2, design 8, architectural structures, design 9, planning 3, specialization 2, and housing. So among these courses, isa lang po yung i-present ko na example. Ito pong design 8. And by the way, may walkthrough po itong proposal ng student natin for design 8. And by the way po, this design 9 na observe nyo po this is about thesis writing. So as early as fourth year po, you are going to start writing your thesis na. And iba po ito sa architecture because we have 2 parts on thesis. We have the design 9, the thesis writing, and then on the next year or on the 5th year, we have design 10, the application of your thesis. Tapos individual po yung thesis natin. Okay, so let me show to you a walkthrough presentation po. This is a proposal na mixed use building in a high-rise context. Sir, excuse me, may audio po ba? Madirinig po ba ang audio?
Wala po, ma'am.
Oh, sorry.
Diyan sa may more, ma'am, yung may 3 dots. Pag i-click mo yan siya, ma'am, may makita kang share computer sound.
Shared computer sound? Yes, sir. Ayan, i-click ko lang, sir.
Po. Yes po, ma'am.
I-try ko, sir, ha? Yan po.
Okay na po.
Meron na po.
Hold the door, please come in and just sit here for a while. This is my way of telling you I need you in my life. It's so cold without your touch. I've been dreaming way too much. Can we just turn this into reality? 'Cause I've been thinking about you lately. Maybe you could save me from this crazy world we live in. And I know we could happen, 'cause you know that I've been feeling you. I've been thinking about you lately. Maybe you could save me from this crazy world we live in. And I know we could happen, 'cause you know that I've been feeling you. I've been thinking about you lately. Maybe you could save me from this crazy world we live in. And I know we could happen, 'cause you know that I've been feeling you. I know you want me, I've been thinking about you lately. And maybe you could save me from this crazy world we live in. And I know we could happen, 'cause you know that I've been feeling you. I know you want me to. I know you want me to. Oh, oh, oh. Ba-ba-da, ba-ba-da.
Ayan. So, napakagaling. So, here are the designers. Okay, let's move forward po sa fifth year courses. So, sa fifth year courses, we have Design 10, Thesis Research in Application. So, ito po yung sinasabi ko kanina. So, from Design 9, that's a thesis writing. And then, pagdating po ng Design 10, it's about research application. And then, we have Specialization, Professional Practice 3, and Business Management and Application for Architecture 2. So, ito po yung sample output ng student namin, kanyang research. So, it's the application po ng kanyang research. This is about the Davao Premium Student Accommodation. So, ito yung perspective niya. Ayan. And then I will also present to you his walkthrough. Yan. Okay, trivia lang po. Ito pong thesis na to, naging isa po ito sa, anong tawag nito? Wait lang po. Isa ito naging, may nangyari kasi na competition, no? He joined the competition na Team 20 and Arc Asia National International Competition, wherein yung mga graduating students will showcase their graduation thesis. And then yes, isa ito sa naging entry na thesis proposal. And sa Team 20 na company, they invite students around the globe. So nanalo po ang ating student ng top 10 po siya sa popularity award. And then sa Arc Asia naman po, naging top 1 po siya sa national competition. So ganyan po ka-amazing ang students namin dito sa UM. Ayan. So, lahat po ng courses na iyon and sample outputs is somewhat pasilip of what will happen sa 5 years nyo taking up Bachelor of Science in Architecture dito sa UM. And siguro naman, na-observe nyo na based sa mga output ng students namin, they are really trained, learning and develop their skills thoroughly. And hindi lang iyon, we really make sure na every time po matapos ng students yung mga courses, the students will enable themselves to attain the program outcomes. Or ano po itong program outcomes is the goal we're in. Upon graduation po, BS architecture students are expected to have these qualities and skills. So one po is they will be able to demonstrate professional and technical expertise in the practice of architecture. And then they will be able to effectively communicate architectural ideas in various media such as sketch, model, and digital, as well as in writing. And then they can have now the ability to effectively work in multidisciplinary and multicultural teams. They can be able to demonstrate a social and ethical responsibility in the architectural profession. They can create architectural solution by applying knowledge in history, theory, planning, building technology, and utilities, structural concept, and professional practice. They will be able also to apply concepts and principles from specialized fields and allied disciplines in various architectural problems. And then they will be able to prepare contract documents, technical reports, and other legal documents used in architectural practice adhering to applicable laws, standards, and regulation. Interpret relevant laws, codes, charters, and standards of architecture and built environment. Apply research methods to address architectural problems. Use various information and communication technology, media for architectural solutions. Presentation and techniques in design and construction. Demonstrate an entrepreneurial business and business acumen relevant to architecture practice. Display the management skills of construction works and building administration. And lastly po, they can participate in generation of new knowledge such as pioneering concepts and ideas of site and buildings design beyond the regular physical and location boundaries and context. So, lahat po itong program outcomes, they will also link to our program educational objectives. No? May objectives din po kami that after 3 to 5 years po, after niyo makagraduate ng BS Architecture, of course, you can be able also already to demonstrate technical and professional expertise in architecture, related or allied services. You can be able to gain recognition in the practice of profession. Demonstrate receptiveness to new ideas and knowledge through scientific research. We can pursue professional development and activities through studies and training. And lastly, exemplify social and ethical responsibility in the practice of profession. Therefore po, CUE are very much confident that after matapos ni student ang BS Architecture, they are ready, knowledgeable, and very much equipped to take the second step in becoming an architect. Ready na talaga si student to face the reality. Ayun. So, di ba, napakaganda ng objectives namin. So, after po finishing the program, of course, hindi pa tapos ang laban. No, we will proceed na sa second step sa path in becoming an architect. Now, after nyo matapos ang program ng BS Architecture, if you want to take the licensure exam, then you are required to have 2 years diversified internship, a diversified experience. So what is architecture internship? Actually po, this is like on-the-job training. A 2 years diversified architectural experience. So, after nyo kasi makagraduate, you will look for a company or architectural firm and you will choose your mentor, which you might think na makatulong and makapagbigay ng magandang experience. This internship can be more intense and learning-oriented kasi it involves practical experiences in the field, hindi katulad nung nag-aaral po tayo, pure academic training sa university lang. It allows for more hands-on training. As an architect's intern, you will have your responsibility, of course, no? Such as
you will provide technical and administrative support to a senior or group of architects. And then, kasali sa responsibility mo to do drafting for architectural plans by hand or by using specialized architectural rendering and design software such as AutoCAD, SketchUp, Photoshops. Yan. Ito hindi na bago kasi we had a lot of this experience during our college, lalong-lalo na dito sa UM. You will also learn how to pull public records and studying building regulation. Other duties po ng intern, you are asked to do site visits or building sites, taking measurements and checking constructions, again, architectural specification. I-check natin if nasunod ba ang plano as per actual. Therefore po, during this stage, talagang exposed po tayo sa industry. If mag-ask kayo, ganito ba lahat ang ma-acquire na experience ng isang intern? Well, the experiences will depend on the company training the intern, the company training the intern. Pero, ang goal is remain the same. Maging diversified po yung intern after 2 years. And, pahabol lang po, by the way, you will also earn salary during internship. But, the amount may vary from every firm you work for. So, depende po siya. Pero may matatanggap din naman kayo na salary. Okay, why you need to have an internship? Bakit ba kailangan? O bakit ba parte ito sa path ng architectural, in becoming architect? Kasi po, if you have now the concrete goal, no, gusto nyo talaga diretso-diretso, gusto nyo talaga maging professional na, required po talaga itong 2 years diversified experience as per RA 9266, implementing rules and regulations. This is regulations, licensing, and practice of architecture. So, ayan po, naka-highlight dyan. That is really under the law. RA 9266, no? So, one of the qualification po kasi of applicant for examination, you need to have a specific record of at least 2 years or equivalent of diversified architectural experience. That is certified po ng registered or licensed architect. So required talaga siya na may i-represent kayo na record na talagang na-sign din ng architect or registered architect na nakapag-experience kayo ng 2 years. And then, bago kayo makapag-take ng licensure exam. So, if ever naman po na hindi mo na kayo mag-take ng licensure exam, siguro gusto mo munang mag-master's degree in architecture to a school na recognized din ng government. So, you completed that master's degree. So, if you are now planning to take the exam, i-credit po nila yung master's degree mo as 1 year. And so, ang kailangan mo na experience is 1 year na lang po. Ayan. So, it is really part on the career path in becoming architect and mandatory po talaga itong 2 years diversified experience. Okay, let's move forward. Let's say nakapag-graduate na tayo sa BS Architecture and then na-complete na natin yung 2 years diversified experience. Isang hakbang na lang po maging isang ganap na tayo na arkitekto. And this is the third step in becoming an architect. Yan. Take and pass the ALE. Or the LEA, sorry. This is LEA. Hindi ko na-change. So, LEA stands for Licensure Exam for Architects. Ayan. Yung mga nakalista dyan, yan yung mga courses na covered po sa licensure exam. Okay. Students, one of the great opportunity dito sa BS Architecture is mayroon po tayong tinatawag na competency appraisal. So we have these courses, ARC 501, ARC 502, ARC 503. Kasali ito sa curriculum required by CHED. Ano ba itong courses na ito? This BS Architecture Competency Appraisal is for graduating students. It is an appraisal which has an objective of preparing the students in the licensure exam for architects. Yan. So, the courses under this competency exam po are also the same courses covered ng LEA. Example, ito pong ARC 501, History and Theory of Architecture, Principle of Planning and Architectural Practices. This is cluster 1 po yan siya sa LEA. Ayan. So, ito po yung mga courses ng LEA. So, makikita nyo po, same po na courses, no? Yung iti-take din natin dito sa competency appraisal. Ayan. To prove naman, since nga nagkaroon ng competency appraisal dito sa it really significantly changed the licensure exam for architects' performance. In fact po, the LEA performance doing so much better and marami na po talaga ang nag-top sa exam. To prove this, our Dean will present to you the UM's LEA performance graph from year 2018 to 2020. Hello, Dean? Wait lang po ah.
By the way, I would like to acknowledge the participants from Davao City National High School. Welcome to our live webinar for Architecture and Fine Arts Education.
Good afternoon already, everyone. This is Architect Quinto, the Dean of the College. I guess I hope you're not so overwhelmed by the information that our dear colleagues have been giving. So it's already about 12 noon and we are far from over. Anyway, so one of the highlights that I wish to tell you is our very encouraging performance in the licensure examination in the last 3 years. No, as you would see on this graph, the red line is the University of Mindanao, while the black line is the national passing. So if you see the red line above the black line, then it means that the University of Mindanao has outperformed the average rating of about 60 plus schools around the country. So based on the last 3 years performance, we are 14.5% percentage points above the national passing. So considering that University of Mindanao is an open education, and you see the challenges our students meet and the enormous challenges that we find ourselves, we are still able to manage to get 14.5 percentage points above the national passing. So if you enroll in the University of Mindanao, you will be the potential students and graduates who would be lifting even these numbers higher. So let me go back to Architect Lovitos.
Ayan. 'Di ba? All in all, maganda po ang performance ng BS Architecture dito po sa University of Mindanao. Ayan, andito na po tayo sa last part ng topic natin. We really, if we really pursue our dream, kasi we wanted to have a bright future, of course, di ba? We wanted to be professional and we wanted to have a good careers. Now, what are the job opportunities or career opportunities waiting for us? Actually, marami pong opportunities after natin ma-license. To mention some, oh, wait lang. Okay. To mention some, if you are working for a private architectural firm during internship, you may able to move up to become a partner or associate. And then in public sector roles, with experience, you could also move into a lead architect job. You could also work on projects such as freelance consultant or set up your own business. You may get opportunities to work abroad or overseas. And then you may work as junior or senior architect in government, such as DPWH, city planning, NHA, and other government-related company. And lastly po, you can work as architecture professor or architects in academe, katulad sa amin. Yan. Okay, ito po yung mga teachers dito sa University of Mindanao, CAFA, College of Architecture and Fine Arts Education. So it's up to you now how you will look for your niche. But then again, marami pong opportunities waiting ahead. Yes, so I guess that's all about my presentation, and I will end here my discussion. Thank you so much for sparing your time with me. I hope medyo klaro na sa inyo kung anong career na ang tatahakin nyo. And yeah, no? So before I will end this presentation of mine, let me present to you the last video about CAFA. So this video is about the life of CAFA. Hindi lang po puro academic, we also have extracurricular activities.
It's cold out, take my coat now. I wore it just for you. Ooh, ooh. I feel you in my bones now. Feel you through and through. Ooh, ooh. It might get hard when we're growing older, but I'll be here and I'll be your shoulder. I can see it now. I can see it now. And oh my God, oh, never changes. I spend my life trying to recreate this. I don't know how. No, I don't know how. It's me and you. True feeling. It's a true feeling. It's me and you. True feeling. It's a true feeling. Go wild, let your hair down. What you got to lose? Ooh, ooh. We both need fixing. They can't fix what's true. Ooh, ooh. Oh my God, it never changes. Spend my life trying to recreate this. I don't know how. No, I don't know how. It's me and you.
Thank you so much. And again, Architect Lynette Lovitas Anggong, BS Architecture Faculty. Thank you. Back to you, Sir Glenn.
Thank you, Ma'am Lynette. Okay, so that's it, no, for our architecture and fine arts program. But before we end, let's have another set of game. Again, please visit menti.com. Okay, menti.com, and here's the code 323503. Okay, our code 323503. Okay, we have one. Okay, let's wait for our participants in YouTube. Now we have 12 already. Maybe we can start pag aabot na tayo ng 15. Okay, one more. Okay, let's start in 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and let's start our round 2. Here's the question number 1. To make sure to answer fast to get more points, CAFAE stands for College of Architecture and Formal Arts Education. College of Architects and Fine Artist Education, or College of Architecture and Fine Arts Education. Time's up. Okay, very good. 7 of our participants answered correctly. So let's see our leaderboard. Okay, we have Frank Queen and Jenny of Maragusan, Ragot of Davao Doc, and Julie. So again, our top 5 will receive rewards and gifts from the University of Mindanao. Now let's have our question number 2. What is the first step in becoming an architect? Earn a degree in Bachelor's of Science in Architecture. Complete the 2 years architectural diversified experience, or take and pass the licensure exam, which is the first step. Everyone has voted. Okay, so the internship is done. Sorry, let me correct my presentation. Okay, one moment, please. Okay, here we So the answer is earn a degree in Bachelor's of Science in Architecture. So only 10 answered correctly. Bakit mali yung complete the 2 years? Yung internship is after pa yan, mag-graduate kayo ng 5 years course sa architecture. Okay, that's why yung letter A yung sagot. Let's see our leaderboard. think still the fastest is Frank. And we have our new top two queen, followed by Ragot of Davao Doctors, Jenny of Maragusan, and Julie. Let's have our third question. What is architecture? Art or practice of designing and constructing buildings, art or practice of constructing buildings only, or art or practice of designing buildings only. Time's up. Okay, very good. Both, no? Designing and constructing buildings. So let's see our leaderboard. I think the fastest is Alex. Okay. May chance pa kaya humabol tong iba, no? So let's have our fourth question. A program that motivates and nurtures creativity and artistry among aspiring painters from conceptualizing to knowledge and the use of materials. Bachelor of Fine Arts and Design, BS Architecture, or BS Advertising. Time's up. Very good. That's Bachelor of Fine Arts and Design. Okay, so 12 answered correctly. Let's see our leaderboard. Fastest is Alex. Okay. Same pa rin yata yung top 5, no? So we will reveal our top 5 right after this last question, number 5. Which of the following is the career opportunity for fine arts and design graduate? Professional painter or sculptor, marketing consultant, or professional art and sign maker? Okay, very good. 12 of you answered correctly. And now let's reveal our top 5 for our round 2. So here's the top 5. What happened to Julie, no? So I guess our top 1 still Frank, followed by Jenny of Maragusan, Queen, and Ragot of Davao Doctors College, and Joy of Dohali National High School. So please message me or contact me your contact information as well as your school name so that you will be instructed on how to claim your prizes. Okay, so that's it for our careers in architecture and fine art. So I guess now you are in the process of decision making if you will pursue architectures or fine arts. The another question now is where to enroll. Okay, do you want to pursue architecture and fine arts in the University of Mindanao? So this time I will talk about the reasons why you need to choose UM. Basically, UM is the first in leadership education in the region, and we are offering quality education, affordable, and also open education to the students. So in terms of quality, we have various recognitions and certificates that have received from numerous accrediting agencies. Number one is the Philippine Quality Award. This is the highest recognition here in the Philippines that only the president himself, President Duterte, can give to any institutions or industries. Another is an ISO certification. So we are ISO 9001 2015 certified. It means that our standards are based on the standards abroad. Another is the PACOCOA. We are second in terms of the number of accredited programs in the Philippines. We are next to University of Santo Tomas. So you can assure, no, once you enroll in UM, our programs, particularly architecture and fine arts, are accredited by PACOCOA. So it means na dili basta-basta, no, in terms of the faculty, the facilities, the laboratories, and etc. Okay, so yan, we can assure quality education to all of our students or incoming students. Another reason why you need to choose UM, it's because of the flexibility of our schedule. We are the most friendly in terms of the schedule. Nga naman, because ingani siya. So, di ba sa inyo, ang senior high karon you are practice with the semestral system. And in each semester, you have 5 months, no? And then sa 5 buwan na yan, you have up to 8 to 10 subjects siguro. Based on my experience sa senior high, meron kayong 10 subjects. But let's just say na lang 8. 8 subjects per sem. So, ang 8 subjects na yan, you will meet the entire week, right? So, if you have quizzes, you have activities, performance tasks, assignments, you have to prepare for the 8 subjects. But in UM, meron kaming twist with the semestral system. We divide that one into 2 terms. Okay, kaya siya tinawag na term system. So yung 1 sem na yan, since may 5 months and 8 subjects, we divide that one into 2 terms. Ibig sabihin, in each term has 2.5 months. Okay, so let's picture out ha. In each term has 2.5 months. Since we divide also the number of subjects na 8, so ibig sabihin may 4 na subjects per term. Depende kung major or hindi siya ma-divide into 2. So the entire major subject, you will meet that one for the entire sem. But since mag-first year kayo, you will encounter minor subjects. So ganito yung case niyan. 4 na subjects per term at least. So, ibig sabihin, you will only prepare for the 4 subjects every week. You will only meet the 4 subjects every week. And if there is an exam, quizzes, or performance task, plates to be submitted, you will only prepare for that number of subjects. So, you don't need to meet all the 8 subjects per week. And I think that's equivalent to 4 hours, at least 4 hours, depende sa subject. No? But for architecture, since you have your plates, there's a required number of hours to finish that one. But that's the most flexible and the most friendly schedule. Since in UM, you can choose among the 3 sessions. You can choose morning if you're a morning person. You can choose afternoon if you have your um, priority in the morning, or you can still choose evening if you have job in morning and afternoon. So ganun ka-flexible sa UM because students po yung pipili ng schedule nila, and sila din po yung pipili kung ilang subjects yung kukunan sa first term at ilan yung subjects na kukunan sa second term. Okay? That's the main reason why students in the university reached 25,000 students during the face-to-face, and during our online session or during this pandemic, we have reached almost 20,000 students. So yun yung main reason why they prefer to study in UM kasi very flexible. They can still find a job, they can still do what they want, and they can really make their priorities known. Okay, so that's in terms of the flexibility of the schedule. Another reason why I need to choose UM is the affordability. We know that architecture is somehow expensive, but in UM we are the most affordable despite that we are a private university. Anong barato naman siya? Anong most affordable naman siya? Number one, we are a private university. You cannot search for any institutions or any private universities in the region that is offering for only 15 to 20,000. Yan po during the pandemic, since may discount kami, 15 to 20,000. Aabot lang yan siya na up to 22 to 25,000 if mayroong mga laboratories, no? Or may mga additional fees na babayaran. But normally, yung tuition fee ni UM or total assessment ranging from 15 to 20,000 lang per sem. Okay? You cannot search any private university that is offering for that kind of tuition. Maybe you can search for state university. However, for a private university, we are the most affordable. Okay, and in fact, UM is offering various of scholarship programs, but during the pandemic, we are just offering for an academic scholarship program. So if you're a senior high school graduate and you have at least 95% general average, no, general average in your grade 12 class, then you are qualified for our academic scholarship. That is up to 100% free tuition fee credits. Okay, so wala ka nang babayaran sa tuition fee, only the miscellaneous. Then you will divide it 1 to 8, easy installment scheme of the university. So hindi siya mabigat, no? And yun muna yung scholarship program ni UM since may pandemic and students are not allowed to what do you call this one, to go inside the campus kasi dati meron kaming student training assistance program where you can work for 4 hours or 8 hours, and we have also athletics scholarship program, publishing. Anyways, for the publishing, still ongoing naman, nag-accept naman, but for this time, meron ng kaming mga staff and we will renew that one annually. And the rest, hindi pa siya available during this time. But there are a lot of scholarship program offerings by the external agencies like the government, the CHED, no, yung CHED, and mayroon din mga private sectors like SM, and a lot more. So if you are really interested to pursue architecture, fine arts, or any program, try to look for these agencies. They have their websites, they have their Facebook pages, no? And you get information on how to apply. Since early pa, mas mauna ka maka-apply, the more chances nga madawat ka. Okay? So, para duhain yung scholarship if you're qualified for our academic and also another scholarship external. And for CHED, meron silang Unifast. The only qualification is to enroll in UM. Once enrolled ka na sa University of Mindanao, your name will be submitted to the CHED office, and then si CHED pipili among all the students enrolled in the university for the Unifast scholarships. Ano yung Unifast? This is a 30,000 per sem scholarship, no? UM 15 to 20 lang, so may sobra pa. This will be allotted to your allowance na lang siguro. 30,000 per sem, another 30,000 for the second sem. A total of 60,000 per sem. Okay? So, yung ano lang yan, isasabit lang ni UM yung list of students ng first year or ng university students sa CHED so that they will select kung sino yung mga qualified na mga students. Okay? That's for the affordability and our scholarship offerings. Another is, since we are second no, of the most number of accredited courses here in the Philippines, undeniably, we have a lot no, of courses you can select. So in total, we have more than 100 undergraduate and graduate programs. And dalawa na dyan yung architecture and fine arts. And the rest are for engineering, accountancy, health sciences, computing, hospitality, legal education, arts and sciences, and others. So another reason why you need to choose UM, it's because we are using now the learning management system. We are online, so you can communicate with your professors and your professor will meet you at least twice a week to discuss the lessons or the materials posted in the LMS. So you don't need na now mag-worry mo, particularly in the public school where modular is adapted. So yun lang, purely modular. So your parents kailangan pa mo pila to get the module, and once mag-submit na sa module, kailangan na po maadto sa school. In UM, we are using this learning management system, meaning integrated na tanan, all the quizzes, assignments, exams, the activities are there already. So the good thing, you can learn anywhere as long as there's an internet connection. So if you are planning to visit somewhere, as long as you have your cell phone, as long as you have your laptop or computer, you can still continue your education in the university. And I forgot to post this one, to post here now that we are using learning Blackboard LMS, sorry, the Blackboard LMS for our college students. But for our senior high school, we are using Paper. And yung payment dyan is kasali na doon, no? So nasabi ko kanina, 15 to 20,000 pesos. Another good reason why choose UM, it's because of our open education policy. What does this mean? Ibig sabihin, you can enroll in UM without taking an entrance exam. Wala po kaming entrance exam, and you are very welcome to the university as long as you have graduated senior high school. No, we do not filter nga dapat 90 average, dapat 95 average, as long as you are a graduate and it is really your interest to pursue architecture, any program in the university. Another, wala po kaming school uniform. So that you can see sa lahat ng mga pictures na walang school uniform, except for our nursing and other medical allied courses. Wala silang uniform, however, ay meron silang uniform, sinusuot, no? May schedule na araw sila, and also for tourism and HRM, I think that is for their laboratory. But the rest of the programs, you can enjoy your hashtag OOTD. You can wear where you are comfortable and where you are confident as long as hindi maano yung dress code ng university. So ganun, since 4 hours lang naman kayo mag-aral, why not enjoy your OOTD? Kung may ulan, then wear kung ano yung suitable for that season. And kung may trabaho kayo, you don't need to worry no, na magdala pa mo school uniform, magsige pa mo plan siya the night before. Then you just can go inside the campus wearing anything you want as long as you're confident and as long as it's not abiding the rule of our dress code from OSA. Another is is the home of top notchers. I don't know if you're aware. We are the home of top notchers in the region. In fact, for a span of 5 years now, since 2014 to 2019, before the pandemic, we have reached more than 120 of top notchers. And as what you can see, the faces of our students, of our alumni who topped the board exam, they're very happy because they received incentives from our university president. Same with you. If you will top the board exam in the future, you will still receive hundreds of thousands na pera from our university president. Okay, so I hope that you will aim from the top. So a short realization, iba kahit hindi si UM nag-filter na dapat matatalino lang, dapat mag-entrance exam para matatalino lang talaga makapasok. But still, we produce a lot of top-notchers. We produced globally competitive na mga architects, professionals, etc. So, ganun po kagaling si UM mag-hone ng mga students despite na nagsimula sila as diamonds in the rough. And they become the diamonds that shine after graduation. Okay, so that's what we can assure you. So I leave you this quote now. You can be assured that choosing University of Mindanao will be the best decision you will ever make. So before I end now, another set of quiz. So this is the last round of our quiz. This is about university. I hope you are listening. So we will select another 5 sets of winners. Okay, are you ready? Please visit menti.com. This is the code number 50366118. Okay, again, visit menti.com. This is the code number 50366118. Five zero three six 6118. Okay. We have 7 participants now. 8, 9, 10, 11. Let's start once mag-reach na ng 15. 12. 13, 14, 15. Now, we've reached 15. So, can we start in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So, this is our final round. And our first question, offers quality, affordable, and blank education. Open, free, or exclusive? Okay, time's up. Everyone has voted. Only 9 answered correctly. So we are not free. since we're a private university, and obviously we are not exclusive because we are open for everyone. So let's see our leaderboard. Hopefully my school name na naka-indicate, no? We have Karen from Compostela, followed by Alex, still Christine from Compostela, Grace Joy of Duhali, and Jacob. Let's proceed to our next question. How much is the total assessment of UM per semester? 15 to 20, 25 to 30, or 30 and above? Okay, very good. That's only 15 to 20,000 per sem. Okay, 12 of you answered correctly. Let's see our leaderboard. Okay, I think lahat ng nasa top 10 no? Answered correctly. Karen from Compostela is still our number one. Now let's have the third question. UM has how many terms in one sem? Okay, I think everyone has voted. The answer is 2 terms. Okay, very good. 10 of you answered correctly. Let's see our leaderboard. What happened to Karen and Joanna? I think we have our new top one, and it's Alex, followed by Grace of Dohale, Christine, Jacob, and Darly Joy Flores. So habol pa kayo, no? Karen to Ragot. Our fourth question. UM has school uniform and admission exam. True or false? I think everyone has voted. Very good. That is false since we don't have school uniform and obviously wala din kaming school entrance exam or admission exam. So leading to our leaderboard. Okay, I think Jenny nakapasok na ating top 5. Okay, so now our next question. This is the last question and I think this is bonus. So answer fast to get more points. Walang mali dito ha. I am planning to enroll in UM. Yes or no? Everyone has voted. Wow. So sarap sa eyes that 12 of our participants are planning to enroll in the University of Mindanao. So I think that's the last question and I will reveal to you our top 5. We have Alex James, Grace Joy of Dohali National High School, Christine of Compostela, Darly Joy Flores of ANHS, I think Alabel, and Banaban of Maragusan National High School. So contact me your contact information as well as your school name so that you will be instructed on how to claim your prizes. Okay, so very good. And thank you for your participation in our menti.com quiz. So again, no, you can be assured that choosing University of Mindanao will be the best decision you will ever make. So if you have any questions, clarifications, and informations to know, visit our social media platforms and our website. We have here Facebook, our YouTube, our Twitter, and our Instagram, and our website, www.umindanao.edu.ph. And once again, thank you students and to our senior high school immersion teachers and advisors for your participation. Very much appreciated talaga yung efforts. And lastly, in behalf of the university, we would like to congratulate you in advance on your graduation day. A virtual applause to our students or graduating students from the senior high school. Okay, so this time let's have the Q&A. I think mayroong isa no, nagtanong. Sir, is the fine arts is a multimedia course? Okay, so we have a separate no, BS Multimedia Arts program. This is under the College of Computing Education and you can attend on Friday. Magkaiba yung ating fine arts and multimedia course. Since yung fine arts, I don't know if hindi ako mali, Ma'am Lynette and Ma'am Giselle, focusing only on painting. Another question from Sir, ano po average grade for scholarship? For academic, at least 95% yung general average. Pero pag nag-aral na kayo sa UM, we have separate guidelines no or qualifications for academic scholarship as long as naka-general average ka lang ng 90, you will be qualified for academic scholarship. But for the incoming freshmen, 95% po para 100% free ka sa scholar as a tuition fee. So I think we're done with this question. Another question from our chat box. May tentative date na po ba for enrollment? Most likely nasa month of July, you know. We will just post it in our Facebook page since we still have our summer classes this coming June. So basically nasa July po yung enrollment. Good question from Karen Faith. Sir, if ever we would enroll, saan po pupunta and when po? Yung enrollment namin is pure online, so you don't need to visit the university. But if you're just near here in the campus, meron naman kaming face-to-face or on-site enrollment. For online enrollment, you need to visit our Facebook page as well as our website so that you will be instructed on how, or you will be navigated on how to enroll online. Okay, so I think yun lang. May questions pa ba? And for your attendance, no? You need to accomplish this form for your attendance. I will chat it in our chat box. And sa YouTube, no? I think na-pin ko na siya. Na-pin ko na yung attendance. So kindly accomplish this form for your attendance. So I think wala nang tanong and that ends our live webinar for Architecture and Fine Arts. Once again,